Apologies for the delay in getting started, but just technical issues to sort out, but that's all done now. So I just want to say good evening and welcome to this evening's meeting of Surbiton Neighbourhood Committee, Glenmore House, and a particularly warm welcome to those members of the public with us tonight. I'm Councillor Tom Reeve, and I'm chairing the meeting tonight. In the event of an emergency and the sounding of an alarm, the emergency evacuation procedure is to leave the hall by the fire exit, the one behind you, and congregate in the parking lot, car park. Anyone requiring assistance should remain in their seats, and you'll be assisted from the building. Anybody who wishes to follow the agenda from their tablet or smartphone can do so by going to the Council's website and following the links to your Council and Council meeting calendar. So this meeting is being filmed for live broadcast on the Council's YouTube channel, and an archive version will be available to view on the channel after the meeting finishes. And the broadcast will be suspended during any adjournments in proceedings and if the committee resolves to consider information as exempt business. And members are reminded that microphones must be switched on and spoken into clearly for the broadcast, please. And please, can everyone present in the meeting also ensure that your mobile phones are switched off or in silent mode for the duration of the meeting, please. So I'd like to start by inviting members to introduce themselves, and I suppose I'll start with Jackie over here, please.
That's it, very loud. Hi, good evening everyone. My name is Jackie Davis and I represent Berrylands Ward.
Hi, Liz Green from St Mark's and Seething Wells Ward.
Hello, I'm Diane White, also from St Mark's and Seething Wells Ward.
Jogannathan from Seething Wells and St Mark's and Seething Wells.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Alison Holt and I represent Surbiton Hill Ward. I'm also portfolio holder for Economic Development and Leisure and Deputy Leader.
Ian Manders, Councillor for Alexandra Ward and also portfolio holder for Climate Action and Sustainable Transport.
Councillor Peter Hurling, also representing Alexandra Ward.
Andrew Waldridge, just a common Tolworth councillor.
Dwight Allen, I'm also councillor for Tolworth Ward.
Mariana Gonçalves, also for Tolworth.
Good evening, my name's Anita Sharper, councillor Berrylands Ward. Good evening.
Okay, thank you very much, councillors. I just need to say that the committee and members of the public are reminded that the Mayor of London and London Assembly elections will take place on the 2nd of May. And for this election, the pre-election period commenced on the 19th of March. Well, normal decision-making can continue in committee meetings held as part of the ordinary business of the Council. Care should be taken to avoid the perception that meetings are being used as platforms for candidates or parties standing for election or for public debate on controversial subjects featuring in party political campaigns. So I would ask everybody to bear this in mind when speaking this evening. Now, before moving on to the agenda items, I'd just like to make a brief announcement on the Tolworth Area Healthy Street Scheme. After the committee approved a list of minor improvements to the streets using the Healthy Streets tools for implementation at its special meeting on the 13th of March, I can confirm that the minor improvements will be implemented with no change. And happy to hear from residents who have suggestions they'd like to have considered by the Highways team for placement of the slow markings painted on the roads. So moving on to item 1, we have public questions. We have a period of no more than 30 minutes for questions on matters relevant to the committee, and we'd like to encourage questions to be submitted in advance so the officers have an opportunity to answer them, although that's not absolutely necessary. So we have 5 residents who have indicated they wish to ask a question tonight. And I'll invite each to ask one question, and you'll be given the opportunity to ask a supplementary question if appropriate. and any subsequent questions you may have will be considered only after all of the residents have had the opportunity to ask their first questions, if time allows. And to allow all residents the opportunity to ask at least one question, please keep your question under 2 minutes and be as concise as possible. If you wish to preface the question with a statement, please be brief and to the point, and Herman will inform you when 30 seconds are left and when time is up. So I'd like to start with Liz Mitchell, please.
Chair, we need to say something.
Bear with me a second. Right, okay. Right, thank you very much. Further to consultation with my colleagues, I just wanted to say that we'll just retract the previous statement until we sort out the issue regarding the minor improvements to streets in the Tolworth area. So we'll revisit this and give an update to the committee at the next meeting. So moving swiftly along. So we're moving on to public questions, and I'd like to call on Liz Mitchell, please.
Good evening, councillors. The last Surbiton Neighbourhood Committee meeting, this committee said you would be willing to take suggestions for local traffic mitigations, which were agreed at the March meeting, which Councillor Reeve has just referred to. You stressed the tight timeframes, considering the financial year. On that evening of the meeting on the 21st of March, I emailed councillors asking what measures did not require consultation. To this day, I still haven't got a response. On the 27th of March, so 6 days after the meeting, we sent RBK Highways and councillors 6 pages of comprehensive suggestions for both Tolworth Road and Thornhill Road. On the 8th of April, I emailed RBK Highways and Councillors asking for confirmation of receipt of our suggestions. I then again on the 10th of April, so that's 8 working days after I sent the suggestions, I finally got acknowledgement from both the RBK Highways and from Councillor Reeve. The response I got was saying that you were working to, and I quote, tight timeframes, but we'll deal with our suggestions in due course. This is somewhat contradictory. Can you please explain?
Okay. Well, thanks for the list of suggested improvements, and at 6 pages it was quite extensive. In reply to your question, I refer you to the history of local engagement attached to the committee report on the 13th of March, and the resolution at the same committee that was clearly and unambiguously laid out what we were going to be doing. The works to be done were outlined in Annex 5, and the officers are working away on those. So I won't get into a debate about the language that may have been used in various emails, but I would just add that other suggestions may be considered in future improvement programs. You know, in reference to your 6 pages of suggestions. Thank you.
You've just said at the beginning of this meeting that it will be now next meeting where we actually hear something about what's going to happen after well over 2 years. My question is, how much longer should we wait? It would be good to get some guidance from you about how long we should wait, especially considering these tight timeframes.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you. We don't have exact dates, but the items in Annex 5 will be delivered as soon as possible. And as I said, officers are working on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Yates, resident of Tolworth Road. Last Wednesday, ward councillors were emailed regarding an incident that took place on Tolworth Road on the 17th of April, where one of the neighbours, one of her children was nearly knocked down by a speeding car. And as a result of that resident can't be here tonight. And she's asked me to put this question forward as a result of that. So she said, residents of Tolworth Road and Thornhill feel that they have been let down by you as our representatives. Residents feel deeply frustrated, angry and disrespected by the recent comments made by councillors, particularly around the idea that we were kind of holding out for something better. I think that was Councillor Mander's quote. May have misquoted that, but I'm sure I didn't. That feels like the same thing to me. And disrespected by recent comments made by councillors. So how are you going to restore confidence and trust, improve relationships, and why should we trust you?
Well, thank you very much for your question. I'm very sorry to hear about the incident that you referred to. That matters of speeding are, serious concern to everybody, and I know I hate the incidents of speeding that I witness, at various places throughout the borough. And we'd obviously like to do everything we can, but mostly incidents like that are matters for the police. Enforcement of speeding is a matter for the police. and we will work with the police as much as possible to, to address those, the issue. I'd just say, in response to the question, as noted in previous reports and previous answers, we've engaged in extensive consultation with residents. And I consider that this committee and your ward councillors in particular have done everything possible in listening to residents and discharging their duties. Thank you.
I have one supplemental. I guess following on from that, it was how is the council going to keep pedestrians and residents safe from the rat runners and the high volume vehicles that utilise Tolworth Road and Thornhill Road and the surrounding roads?
Okay, well, I would say, technically speaking, that's not a supplementary question, as it introduces a new subject. But I would just say on that question, since you have notified us in advance that somebody was going to be...
Sorry, you have that question.
Yes,
sorry,
you
I
have
just
had
read
the question.
The wrong way. Apologies.
Yes. The answer is that we've previously discussed this at committee at length about what we can and cannot do about through traffic in the neighbourhood, and we've explained why it's not possible at this time, but that we are actively engaged as much as possible with TfL on this matter. So thank you very much. Sorry, next question, please.
So at the last Surbiton Neighbourhood Committee on the 21st of March, Councillor Manders said that RBK Highways meet with TfL on a case-by-case basis. However, later in the meeting it was said that discussions were ongoing. So which is it? Are RBK Highways meeting with TfL to have continual discussions about the A3 Fullers Way North junction and our through traffic issue, or have they met at all on this case?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And would Councillor Manders like to reply?
Yes, thank you, Chair. But I'm going to reply to this question as I'm named in it. Officers meet Transport for London on an ongoing basis, and councillors meet Transport for London on a case-by-case basis. Kingston Highways officers met TfL yesterday, where this matter was discussed. Conclusion was that following the completion of the Tolworth roundabout works, subject, of course, to any snagging, there will be a wait before there's a further survey work in relation to the A3 junction with Fullers Way North. This is to give time for traffic patterns to settle down, the timings and phasings of traffic lights to be sorted, and further traffic modelling to be done. And this, Chair, is very much on the lines of what I've said previously in committee. It was agreed with TfL that they will meet with Highways officers in the summer to review their assessment of capacity at the roundabout and also the modelling that they've produced. And then, subject to those discussions, we'll carry out a survey work in the autumn. And this will be done on Fullers Way North and the A3.
Okay. And did you have a supplementary question?
I do. So obviously you did heaps of data analysis. We had the O&D survey in February of last year. You've done numerous monitoring strips. It clearly proves the through traffic issue. So what I want to know is, has the issue been shared with TfL and what was their response?
Thank you. Sorry, Chair, I struggled to hear that question. But I think there's also was a question to me, I believe, about contacting Transport for London, because some of the residents here, including Liz Mitchell, said that she wanted to meet representatives of TfL. And I wrote to Liz Mitchell and others about that on the 12th of April, and I wrote again today. I've written to TfL to let them know that you wish to meet them, and of course you may also contact TfL through their customer service.
Can I just ask the question I asked, please, given it wasn't responded to?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So my question is about the data that you have that proves our through traffic issue, and has that been shared with TfL, and what was their response?
Are you talking about data that the council has gathered,
Yes.
or data that you as residents
The
have
council's
gathered? My understanding is that TfL are quite aware of the background to this issue. It's been mentioned on a number of times by officers. I'll have to check about which sets of data, and perhaps you can tell me which ones you're particularly referring to, but I can check that with officers after the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. And our next question, please.
Is it on? Yes. Right. At the last Neighbourhood Committee meeting, there was talk about getting our roads monitored using devices known as Vivacity. When and where will these be installed, and will the data be accessible to the public throughout the year of operation? What additional information do you hope to learn from this data that hasn't been captured in existing surveys? Please confirm that decisions on mitigations will be data-driven. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you very much for your question. Well, vivacity sensors are an advanced form of CCTV sensor that is able to distinguish between different modes of transportation. So it can tell a car from a pedestrian, from a bicycle, etc. And this will enable the council to do some more detailed surveys and over time of the change in modes of transportation that are being used by people traveling in the area. As to where those are going to go, I don't know, and I don't. So I would have to ask officers. There will be only a couple of them, so they'll have to be placed. Quite strategically to capture the useful information. And as for your other, I think I've answered your question already. But what we expect to learn, I think what highways officers expect to learn is the shift in modes of transportation that are witnessed over time, so over periods of months, perhaps. I hope that answers your question.
Well, can you confirm that the data will be released publicly? I mean, I believe there's a very similar system called Telram, which actually produces statistics live on websites. And in recent months, there's been one installed in Pine Walk in Berrylands, and I've been watching the statistics on that. Now, that's obviously been installed by a private member of the public. I mean, the beauty of such capturing devices of information is that the information is broadcast to everybody instantly.
Okay, well, thanks. There's quite a lot there. As for the sharing of the data, I don't know, and I can't. Oh, sorry, Councillor Manders can answer that.
Okay, I was very interested in what you said, and we'll look into it. We'll discuss it with officers, and we'll see whether it's technically possible, or also any data protection issues as well. But we'll look at it, and thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm convinced.
Yes, thank you. So could I ask Graham Hare to come forward, please? Yeah. Welcome, and please ask your question.
Thank you. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Just in case you've forgotten me since last time, I represent 2,000 residents in Berrylands who have signed a petition for the removal of the King Charles Road barrier that's displacing traffic through the area. I was due to present in November and then again in February, but we've been waiting, as you know, for the highways report to be completed so that can inform the discussion and debate that I anticipate will take place. So really, I would like to know the progress of this much delayed and now, I guess, world-famous highways report, whether a date has been set for me to properly present my petition and data to the committee, and whether actually a decision has been reached on which committee will hear and debate the petition. I was informed by strategic leadership at the start of April that no such decision has actually yet been taken. And I would note that it's still my expectation that this petition will be heard and discussed at a future SNC meeting, since it is the SNC that has been involved in all discussions to date and that has taken all decisions to date relating to the barrier on King Charles Road. If that's not the case, then I'd like a full explanation as to why this has been taken away from the SNC. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your question. The report has been postponed pending completion of Tolworth Roundabout to allow the highways team to do a further survey of hotspots in the area, which will then inform a further updated report for the benefit of councillors and residents. This will ensure that we all have the best available data. And as to, we won't know which committee it will go to until we see the highways report and we understand whether it has borough-wide strategic implications. And as you can appreciate, removal of a barrier has an impact beyond just our neighbourhood. So we have to, that is what has to be taken into consideration. So thank you.
Can I ask a supplementary question on that, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, you mentioned, do I understand that you said that another survey with hotspots in the area is going to be organised? Is that what I understood there?
Yes, that's your supplementary question. Yes, that is.
Well, it's part one of two. But do you know when that will take place, please? Because this has been delayed and delayed, as we're all aware.
Right. I think, as I've said earlier, or as Councillor Manders, I believe, said earlier, we have to see, we have to wait for things to settle down at Tolworth Roundabout, and to make sure that traffic patterns have settled into the routine that they will have going forward, and therefore.
So does that mean we don't know when?
We anticipate that they will be finished with this process in the summer.
Summer. So the surveys of the hotspots should be completed in the summer.
Well, it would have to be finished after they've finished their work at the Tolworth Roundabout.
That's done,
isn't
it?
We'll come back to you. We will update everybody in due course once we've established that. But thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I do have one more related to what you said, if I may, please. So the committee put in the barrier.
Right, okay, please go ahead.
So this committee decided to put the barrier in, but did you say that removing the barrier somehow becomes a wider issue? Because it's a very, very local issue.
Right, right, I can, it potentially becomes a strategic issue because it would be going against our policy.
Party policy.
Sorry?
Party policy.
No, against our policy, our Kingston policy, which was part of the manifesto that we were elected on for greener and safer neighbourhoods. So if we removed it, it would be going contrary to a policy that was adopted by the entire council.
That's candid. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you very much. I believe that's the end of the questions, so we can move on to the next item on the agenda, which is...
Yeah, Chair, I don't realise that they have further questions.
Oh, sorry, you have...
So sorry for that.
Okay, beg your pardon, you have further questions? Okay, sorry,
How many minutes?
I was not notified of them.
Yes, we have 10 minutes.
We have 10 minutes left.
Which one do you want me to ask?
Okay, so would you like to go ahead and ask your question, please?
Sorry, just
mentioned the hotspots. I'm assuming that Tolworth Road and Thornhill Road will be included in that hotspot analysis. Yes or no?
Councillor Manders, as portfolio holder, please.
Okay. Well, the last series of questions were about basically the King Charles Road modal filter. And as directly, there are obviously some roads directly near there, and we want to resurvey those to see whether traffic movements have changed due to the works on the Tolworth roundabout. Because clearly we've had almost 2 years, I think, now of work on the Tolworth roundabout. Can you let me finish, please? And so that's the reason why we're going to be measuring those particular roads again to see whether traffic has changed substantially for that. But this is an initiative done by Kingston Council. This is not to do with TfL. It's TfL, as I've said on several occasions before, has effectively control over the A3 and also the junctions of it. This is not directly related to TfL. This is related to things settling down after the TfL roundabout has been finished. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Manders. Did you have a supplementary question to that?
Well, I didn't actually get an answer to that, which was yes or no, will Thornhill Road or Tolworth Road be included in that hotspot analysis? And the reason I'm asking is because we've been told that nothing can be happening in our roads because of the Tolworth roundabout, and that is why we've had no actions whatsoever. So it doesn't make sense for our roads to be excluded from any hotspot analysis because you've already admitted that our roads have been impacted by it, so why aren't you measuring it again? I've got to say we've got to be the most measured roads in the whole country at this rate.
I think Councillor Manders was explained it quite well, that these are two separate matters. We have the Berrylands and the King Charles Road as one issue, and then we have the Tolworth area as separate. They're separate matters, they're at separate stages, but if there's a need for hotspot analysis in Tolworth, I'm sure that Highways will bring that to our attention and we will pass it on to you when we hear about it. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry, and Councillor Manders would like to add.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to come back. When it comes to Tolworth Road and Thornhill Road and the junction in Fuller's Way North of the A3, it's TfL's request that we wait, basically, with the process there until after Tolworth Roundabout has settled down and also all the effects of development and so on around there. And clearly that's because they are involved with traffic planning about what uses what the numbers of vehicles that uses the Tolworth Roundabout. So those decisions are related directly to that and what TfL wants because it controls the A3 and the Tolworth Roundabout. Coming onto King Charles Road modal filter, that's a local decision, and so this is only purely a common sense measure to make sure that there's no changes in traffic caused by basically the roundabout being ready to take regular traffic in a way that it hasn't been for the last couple of years. Our previous last count was done in the period when the Tolworth roundabout was quite restricted. Now it's going to be available, as we know, so then there's an opportunity for us to measure again those particular roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manders. Yes, another question?
Yeah, so in response to the previous questioner on the Berrylands King Charles Road scheme, you spoke about the bollard on King Charles Road not being removed, and that removing that bollard be contrary to the manifesto that you were elected upon. So my question basically is, why therefore did you agree to remove the bollard in Tolworth Road and not go ahead with the bus gate? How can it be contrary to policy in one space and not another?
Thank you. The bollard in Tolworth Road was there under experimental traffic management order. and after reviewing it, it was decided to remove it because it wasn't doing what it was expected to do. Whereas the one in King Charles Road was made permanent because of this committee at the time judged that it was doing what it was supposed to do. Thank you.
Okay, so my supplement to that is that you half implemented a scheme, a half-baked scheme. So my pushback to that is that, as we all know, the bollard in Tolworth Road was part of a bigger plan for the area, which you didn't go ahead with. You have this whole cleaner, greener Kingston manifesto that you all stood on and people voted for you on. So why are different principles being applied to decisions that you make in Tolworth as opposed to the ones that you apply in Berrylands?
I think just really to echo what the chair of the committee has said, is that Tolworth Road in the end was an experimental measure, and a decision was made by the committee, put forward by the ward councillors and others on the committee, that it had failed in its objective, and therefore then it was taken out. As the chair has said, King Charles Road modal filter was made permanent by the previous committee to this before the election, and there is a whole world of difference between an experiment, which you see what the results are and then you make a decision on, and something where after the experiment has taken place you've decided to make it permanent. Clearly removing is against policy, so that's the reason why there is a difference between those two decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Menders.
Do we still have time?
There are a few minutes left.
Okay, perfect. So would councillors agree that it can't be stated that that bollard in Tolworth Road failed because you didn't implement the whole scheme that was originally planned? How can you say part of a scheme failed when you didn't implement the whole thing?
The experimental traffic management order was judged on the basis of what was implemented, and on the basis of what was implemented, it didn't work, and therefore it was removed. I don't know that it could be much clearer than that. That's what the committee chose to implement at the time, for a reason, for the reasons that they had at the time, and then, following the examination of the data as part of the experimental, the testing time period, it was decided that it hadn't achieved its objectives, and that it was further decided that further mitigations were not in the interests of the, there was no appetite to continue, with further mitigations, and so they decided to remove it.
Is it not true though that the bollard was originally agreed and approved alongside a bus gate in Thornhill Road? You then didn't go ahead with the bus gate, and therefore it was always going to fail, because your council report always said that if you put a bollard in one place and leave the other road untouched, it would cause a rise in traffic. So my question is, was it always set up to fail? It was never gonna work, and you should admit that.
All I can say is that the committee at the time the committees at the time made the decisions that they did, and then it was reviewed subsequently, and it was decided that the experimental traffic management order had not worked. So I think, but I believe Councillor Wooldridge would like to come in on that point.
Hi Alex, Liz. We have had on Tolworth constant engagement since I've been a councillor here in May 2022.
Can I interrupt you just a moment, and just to say that question time is up, so if you could wrap your comments up quite quickly, that I would appreciate that. I think the committee would appreciate that, as we have quite a full agenda tonight.
Okay, in short, thank you, Chair. In short, in Kingston, generally, we have unmanageable traffic, we have rat running, road safety concerns, deteriorating air quality, and we get it, but it's just completely, it's London, this is it. And unfortunately, the roads, and it's like I live on Rayburn Avenue, you live on a road which is parallel to the A3. Some of our roads get more traffic. It's very difficult, but we are now in a time of unmanageable traffic. And it's not just about Tolworth, it's Kingston generally and London. And it's,
okay.
The whole thing's depressing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for your questions today. And moving on to item 2, petitions. There's no notice of intention to submit a petition tonight. Apologies for absence. Herman, do we have any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for absence received from Councillor Amir Khan.
Okay, thank you, Herman. So members, this next item, members are asked to declare any disclosable pecuniary interests or other registrable or non-registrable interests relevant to items on the agenda. So do members have any declarations of interest tonight? Councillor Green, then White, and then Councillor Yoganathan, please. And Councillor Holt.
And you go over there. Thank you. Yeah, so it is, my declaration of interest is on the first planning item, A1, the former pump house, Portsmouth Road, Surbiton. I wrote a letter of objection on behalf of all three of us as ward councillors, objecting to this application, and at the bottom of the letter did state that we are predetermined on any application on this site because of the work that we have done over the years. So I am registered to speak as a ward councillor to object to it, but I will then be leaving the room after having spoken and not only not take part in the debate, not be in the room for the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor White.
Thank you very much. I willingly signed that objection, so I will be leaving the room as well.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Yoganathan.
Yeah, it's exactly the same reason, because we are from the same ward and we certainly signed the things, so it's best for us to move it away from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Yoganathan. And Councillor Holt.
Thank you. So for me, it's in the interest of openness and transparency. I'd like to declare that I was one of the councillors that was on the Seething Wells all-party working group. The working group was formed in accordance with the council's remit and has already completed its work, and it will be noted later in this agenda. I have not formed a predetermined opinion on the planning application for the former pump house in agenda item 6, which is in isolation. I do have some views on the whole site, and for that reason will not take part in the debate and decision on the application.
Thank you, Councillor Holt. And Councillor Schapper, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, again, for item A1, in the interest of just being open and transparent, I'd like to declare that I was one of the 6 councillor members of the Council's Seething Wells all-party working group. And as the working group was formed in accordance with a council resolution, that work has already completed, or the work of the working groups has been completed. I haven't formed a predetermined opinion on the planning application for the former pump house in agenda item 6. I will take part in the debate and decision on the application, although, as I echo my colleagues, the only slight difference is I will be asking my questions during the course of be asking officers questions. But as I say, I have not formed a predetermined opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schapper. Councillor Thailand.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm in the South Seething Wells Action Group Facebook group as a member, and I have made comments in the past, and I feel that may be prejudiced sitting on this application, so I won't make any comments or vote on it. Thank you.
the room or not.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tyler. And will you be leaving the room and not participating in the discussion? Okay, thank you. Okay, right, okay. Right, just to say that means 5 councillors will be leaving the room, but we still have 7 councillors remaining, which is sufficient for a quorum to proceed with the meeting on that item. Moving on to item 5, the minutes. So we have the the minutes of meetings held on the 22nd, 13th of March, 22nd of February, 13th of March, and the 21st of March have been circulated to members. Do members agree to confirm those minutes as a correct record? Thank you, councillors. I shall sign those later. Right, and so now moving on to item 6, planning applications. So before moving on to this item, I'd just like to announce some housekeeping arrangements. So regarding public participation this evening, there is a registration scheme for residents and applicants wishing to participate in the planning applications that are considered by this committee. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be invited to come forward to the table in front of the public gallery at the appropriate point. Members of the public are reminded that the planning application process is constrained by the need to have regard to current planning policy at national, regional, and local levels, as well as all other material planning considerations, including case law precedents. The decision-making process is often described as quasi-judicial because local planning authorities have to act reasonably within the bounds of planning law and the above considerations, and are not free to determine planning applications simply because of the weight of public opinion. For purposes of the debate, the officer recommendation will be moved prior to consideration of the matter by members. And this does not indicate that members are predisposed to a decision one way or another. So we now turn to the first planning application.
I ask, just for clarification, those of us that have declared that we will leave the room, could we have from Democratic Services, do we move to the public gallery before the presentation? I believe we can hear the public part of it, the public presentations part. Do we sit in the public gallery for that? Do you wish us to remain in our seats for that? Just making sure that we followed the correct procedure.
Thank you, Councillor Green. And Herman?
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond to, in terms of our arrangement, so the Chair will double check, will ask again with all members, do we have any further declarations? And then we will invite all members who decide to withdraw from the decision to move to the public gallery, because some of the members do enjoy right to speak under the planning protocol for that part of the meeting. And then because some of them will also be questioned by members of the committee, so the 5 members are welcome to stay in the public gallery for that part of the meeting. But after the planning officer has finished his conclusion, before the chair moves the motion, I will advise all 5 members who decide to withdraw to be leaving the room at that point of time. Actually, I would now also wish to say that Councillor Hayes is also in this category. So you're welcome to, because you're registered to speak as a councillor, so you can stay here until our planning officer has made his conclusion, and before the chair move the motion, then I will advise the 6 of you to be leaving the room at that point of time. And of course, I'll get you back when we have finished. Hope this is useful.
Okay, I hope that's clear. But yeah, basically. Right. I'll always listen to Herman. Right. Okay, bear with me a second. So before we move on, so the first item is going to be the former pump house, the application regarding the former pump house, Portsmouth Road, Surbiton. Before we proceed, I just want to double check if any members have any other declarations on this application in accordance with planning protocol. Just last chance to raise your hands. Just to remind everybody that we will be, that we understand that this is an issue that's been discussed very often over the years and elicits strong feelings, but councillors will listen to the material planning considerations and the relevant planning regulations and make a decision on the basis of that. So,
so if there are no declarations.
Okay, so councillors who are recusing themselves could now move to the public gallery, please. Okay, thank you, councillors. So I just want to say, in accordance with the revised planning committee procedure rules, formal and personal site visits conducted shall be recorded in the minutes to say that a site visit took place. In respect to this application, I'd just like to say I visited the site with an officer on the 23rd of April. Do members have any other declarations on site visits conducted in respect of this application? Okay, I don't see any hands. So then we'll proceed with the application. The planning application to be determined by the committee is 23/01636 FUL, the former pump house on Portsmouth Road, Surbiton, which involves the conversion and change of use of the former pump house building and associated land to Class E, subsection G, subsection 1, office use, and ancillary works, including landscaping. And you can find this at pages A3 to A43 of the agenda. In addition, there are 2 sets of late materials published in advance of the meeting, and they've been placed on members' desks. Do members need time to read the late materials first? Okay, thank you. So apart from planning officers, our planning officer, we have 5 speakers on this item, including 3 registered objectors, a ward councillor who submitted a call-in request in objection to the application, and a councillor who has submitted a request to address the committee 24 hours prior to commencement of the meeting, who wishes to speak in objection to the application. The agent of the applicant has informed us that the applicant does not intend to speak. So I'd like to invite Toby Feltham, Lead Officer, Development Management, to make a presentation to introduce the item. Toby. No, I can't. I cannot. I'm not getting
Hello?
anything.
There you go. Okay, thank you. Okay, so you've seen that. So, okay, so here is the red line around the application site, which includes the pump house, which is the sort of building in light grey within that area, and running to the south is Portsmouth Road. And this shows you a slightly wider context. The blue line indicates area which is owned in the same ownership as the applicant, but is not part of the site for this application. And the next one just shows the totality of that blue area. And obviously to the northwest is the River Thames. This just shows you some of the photographs of the existing site in its current condition. So you can see sort of through the gates which secure that into the hard standing, and then the building there from a number of different angles. As far as we understand, it's been vacant for about 30 years. And the ones on the right just show you the sort of relationship of it to the filter beds. And here's an aerial view of that site. And some photographs of the interior. So there's many designations on this site which are listed there. I will take you through those in subsequent plans. So the site is within a site of importance for nature conservation. It's also designated metropolitan open land. This shows a number of constraints on it. So the pump house itself is the green dot, which is a locally listed building, and the railings that front Portsmouth Road are also locally listed. The blue area indicates that it's in the Riverside South Conservation Area, and the pink, there's two different types of pink. It falls into both of these. One is the archaeological priority area, and then also the strategic area of special character. It has a public transport accessibility level of 3, which is considered to be good. The flood zone 2 washes over part of this site. So the application is to convert, I suppose, to bring back into use really the former pump house and associated land to a Class EGI, which is an office use. It would include the provision of a new mezzanine floor, which in total would provide a floor area of 237 square metres. And there are some minor external alterations to the building of Townscape Merit. There are 3 parking spaces, 4 cycle parking spaces proposed, and landscaping, which has evolved throughout the application, part to sort of take into account the ecology officer's comments. So this shows you the proposed site plan. We'll see a bit more detail with the sort of landscaping, actually. It's existing plan of the building. And then these are proposed floor plans. The one on the left is a ground floor plan, and then the one on the right is the first floor. Just worth noting the sort of cutouts around each of those windows, just to sort of reduce the appearance from outside of being something that cuts across the windows, and certainly there's no. It doesn't do it from an external point of view. We'll come on to that in a second. So here we have the existing elevations of the building and the proposed elevations. It does include, I think, 3 additional roof lights. There's minor changes to windows, but it doesn't change very much. This shows the existing proposed section, so here's a bigger impact on the building. And you can see, I suppose, there where the windows are. There's the floor would be set away from the windows, but sort of cuts through that window. Okay, so this sort of landscape strategy plan. It includes landscaping, tree planting. The hard surfacing will be permeable, resin-bound surface, which includes a path which accesses to the rear. And then there's a sort of, at the northwestern end, there's a sort of seating area with block paving. This is all related to the office use of the site, proposed office use of the site. Over to the right, you can see 3 parking spaces. Behind the building is cycle parking. And there's a refuse vehicle turnaround over to the sort of southwestern side of the site. And this just shows that some of the tree planting in particular, and the details of the variety of planting proposed. So just in terms of the sort of issues that this application raises, and this is all sort of set out in the conclusion of the committee report, but in terms of the openness of the metropolitan open land, it doesn't impact on the openness. It just results in a change of use, which is supported by metropolitan open land policy. It creates an active employment use, albeit that is sort of fragmented from the wider site. It preserves the non-designated heritage asset, and it provides an ecology enhancement, and therefore the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Toby. So can I invite the following registered objectors who have not been formally notified of the application through a letter of notification but have replied to the consultation to come forward to the public speaking desk there. And apologies if I get any names wrong. Alison Fiore, Tylee Ling, and Phil Renton, please. So, thank you very much. You're reminded that that you have a total of up to 5 minutes to address the committee with your comments. Herman will let you know when there is 1 minute remaining and when your time is up. So please begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening. This application goes against the Council's own plan and policies, designations and those of the Mayor of London's Assembly. The site is designated Metropolitan Open Land and as a site of importance for nature conservation. I present this list of the following policies, plans and strategies this application is in direct conflict with. RBK's local plan and core strategy, the draft local plan policy section KN3, KN6, DM5, DM6 and DM12, London Mayor's Assembly Policy Chapter 7.17 Sections A and B, the vision for the neighbourhood in Surbiton in the Quarter Strategy, and RBK Thames Policy. All state that the Council will protect MOLs and sinks, will protect and increase biodiversity, will look after fragile habitats, and will maintain and promote heritage sites for the public it represents. For this application, there's been no demonstration of very special circumstances. There's no dire need for another office block and parking in the borough. Moreover, the addition of outdoor areas, parking, lighting and infrastructure will compromise the openness of the land and adversely affect biodiversity and the fragile open mosaic habitat. This application cannot be seen in isolation. It is one small element of a larger proposal currently being discussed with RBK. While the proposals for the whole development of the site are unknown and undecided, allowing any sort of building goes against the Council's own local plan policies, and we urge you to reject it.
Okay. As councillors, you have an obligation to your constituents, and before any decisions are taken, to thoroughly review the 81 objections received, and including those submitted by the Seething Wales Action Group, the Kingston Society and the London branch of the Campaign for Rural England. It is a unique site within the borough, acknowledged in the Step 3 Waterworks report by English Heritage, and more recently by your own RBK Place Committee, who in September 2023 unanimously approved and adopted the 9 recommendations of the Seething Wales Working Group, which some of the councillors are part of. This included applying to Historic England for a statutory listing of the pump house and other locally listed historic assets on the site, and to further pursue opportunities for the restoration and improvement of habitats for biodiversity and to create landscape enhancements. The planning application is a very small area, 0.15 hectares out of 7 hectares, but it cannot be approved in isolation without due consideration of the potential impact of the whole site. To give you an example, the landscaping proposal introduced plant species not of local providence and non-native, which in time will have a negative impact on the biodiversity and the open mosaic habitat structure. And vehicle activity will impact on the listed subterranean structures adjacent to the pump house within that, on the adjacent to that red line area, which have been there's been no mention in the officer's report of those structures underground. I respectfully suggest that this application, along with the 36 supporting documents, gives an inaccurate and false impression to any reader who doesn't understand and appreciate the history, heritage and biodiversity of Seething Wales, and in its current mode is not fit for purpose. I urge rejection. As an alternative approach, we recommend an additional Section 215 order is submitted to the owners to address specifically the eyesore and improve the visual impact that is the pump house in its current state of decline. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alison Fuhr. I've been a member of London Back Group since the 1980s, and I am the current trainer, training people for their back roofs visitor licences. I have been monitoring back roofs at Seething Wales
1 minute left.
Since 1997, when I founded Dorbenton's maternity colony. 20 years of monitoring visits include 10 years of batty boat trips and monitoring from the Portsmouth Road and Barge Walk, hours of recordings and infrared and thermal camera footage. Our data submitted to Giggle does not end in 2020, as per the applicant's surveys. The consultants state that no roost data was provided by Giggle, but this is disingenuous, as Giggle are not allowed to do so, and that is made clear in their T&Cs. Consultants claim to have contacted LBG, but we have no evidence of that. I contacted them to discuss their poor use of data. The bat grouper test, the pump house is a winter bat roost with additional uses. Previous roosting activity would normally assess a building as high potential for bats, equating to 3 surveys, not 1 May survey.
Time is up.
Bats do not have to... It's up? Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Could I ask you to return to your seats? And can I invite Councillor Liz Green to come forward, please? So she's, as a ward councillor, she's submitted a call-in request and wishes to speak in objection. So, as you know, you have 5 minutes.
I do.
And Herman will let you know when it's up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, councillors. Nice to see you from this side of the room. So we submitted an objection on behalf, I submitted on behalf of the 3 ward councillors. Many of you will know how controversial this site has been and what you've heard from some of the SWAG members about what it has been working towards on the working group that we have. We have met with the owners as requested by the working group and the SWAG co-chairs have also met with the owners. So things are moving forward in terms of communication much more than they were a few years ago. But I still object to this application. The main reason that I object is that you can't take this part in isolation from the rest of the site. The reason that you can't do it is it will involve more people, and people and wildlife generally don't mix that well. Obviously, we do have it, but wildlife on this site doesn't mix well with people. You also need some kind of safety measures. I have no idea what's going on with the lighting in there. But you also need to have safety measures. I know that the owners have recently been removing the water from the site, but it can have the potential of deep water, which is not safe for people. So I think that you can't take it in isolation because they will have access to the remainder of the site, and therefore it needs to be considered in a whole. And what I think has not been demonstrated in this application is the impact on biodiversity on the whole site, given additional people, movement, vehicles than is currently there. I know that in the late material, the officers have a new condition 23 has been suggested to you, which talks about boundary treatment of the red line area, which should be designed to prevent general access to the wider site, which would be submitted and approved in writing by the local planning authority. That I am reading as fences. Fences cause problems to the wildlife. There are birds on the site. Birds and fences, again, don't mix very well. I don't know whether that is possible. I don't think you can get over my objection by a condition. And obviously a requirement of planning is that if you can get over an objection, you shouldn't refuse, you should actually condition it if that is possible. I don't believe this condition does get over the objection because it can't actually, putting fences in is not necessarily a good solution. What I did also want to raise, though, is I've just been mentioned by some SWAG members who've just seen the late material that they were told they couldn't put something in as late material. However, there is something in from the applicant. So if you can just address that point when you come to your discussion, that'd be great so that the SWAG members can hear it, even if I can't. I do want to mention, if the committee is minded to approve this, there are some conditions that need improving, and I have sent these suggestions to the chair in advance. But particularly the conditions, condition 3, it needs to be clearer on what are the methodologies for the cleaning of the brickwork. And I'm very concerned about the splitting of the windows and how that might be visually. I recognise there's a setback, but I still think that it could be visible. And so those 3 bullet points, 1, 3 and 4 of condition 3, I believe need strengthening. This is only if you do want to permit it, by the way. I don't actually want you to permit it, but if you do. Condition 6 refers to the railings and says that there's no works planned to the railings. I think we need to remind everyone there is the section
1 minute.
Thank you, the 215 notice, and they should get on with that. There is an error in condition 20 because that refers to a class use of EG, not EG1. EG1 is office operation and administration functions. G2 is actually research and development, and G3 is industrial processes. They have only applied for class E, subsection D, subsection 1. So if you do permit it, that needs to be corrected. We now do have hours of operation, which if you permit, you must include that condition because but add to it that external lighting must be turned off outside of those hours because of the nocturnal activities that are on the site. And I'd like to see the general hours of construction added as a condition because that's not in there at the moment. I can't remember off the top of my head what they are. It's usually about 8 till 6, Monday to Friday, and 8 till 1 on a Saturday.
Time's up.
Thank you very much for your consideration, councillors.
Thank you very much, councillor. And can I now invite Councillor Roger Hayes, who is a councillor who's submitted a request to address the committee 24 hours prior to the commencement of the meeting and wishes to speak in objection to the application. So you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I've circulated my thoughts and detailed grounds for refusal for your consideration, but there's more than 5 minutes worth of verbalisation there, so I'm just going to give you the highlights, if I may. It's coming up now on 30 years that I've been campaigning for a long-term future for the Seething Wells filter beds as a heritage-led nature reserve and publicly accessible riverside open space. May I also compliment you on your soleil lumiere for this evening? It's most entertaining. Much of that campaigning, though, has not been as elected councillor, but as a member of the Friends of Seething Wells. And there are a number of ways in which the FOSWA vision for a heritage-led open space development could be achieved. However, any solution must ensure that all the key elements of this important site within the Riverside South Conservation Area are preserved and enhanced whilst fully meeting the requirements of the site's Metropolitan Open Land designation and the need to enhance the existing and potential biodiversity of the site in light of its existing nature conservation designations. For that vision, which you will indeed be discussing later on your agenda this evening, to be successful, there are 4 principal reasons why you should refuse the planning application before you this evening. My starting point is the fact that the proposal is for offices, a use generally considered not to be acceptable on metropolitan open land. That means that there is a presumption that a reason for refusal on this grounds would be a reasonable conclusion to reach. And therefore, if a refusal for that reason was to go to appeal, and the appeal was successful, I don't think that costs could possibly be awarded against the council. So I just want to give you that comfort, because I know people often worry that if things go to appeal, it's going to be costly. In this situation, I can't see that that's a possibility. The planning officer's report on page A32 in paragraphs 135 and 136 makes references to the negative aspects of the development and the fact that fragmentation of the site and the separation of the pump house from the rest of the filter beds will prejudice an alternative and comprehensive use for the whole filter bed site. With regards to the emerging local plan, it's relevant to note that the technical background study and evaluation of the site for Metropolitan Open Land designation confirmed the significant contribution made by the overall filter bed site to the strategic objectives of MOL. It's clear that the introduction of an office use unrelated to the proposals of MOL, together with the related car parking and activities surrounding the building, would significantly undermine the purposes of its MOL designation. Community groups and individuals have been working with the council through the Seething Wells Member Steering Group, as you've already heard, to bring about the solutions that the Friends of Seething Wells, SWAG and other local community groups support. Support has been offered to the River Thames scheme project, which is being progressed by the Environment Agency, with local authority support, including RBK, for the filter bed site to be allocated. Thank you. For the filter beds to be allocated as a site for enhanced biodiversity, and further consideration of that is currently still taking place. So for all of those reasons, there are four reasons, four grounds for refusal, which I would like you to consider. As I say, you've got those in detail in front of you, but just very quickly. The first one is about MOL designation. The second is about the severance of the building and its immediate surroundings from the rest of the site. The third is about, contrary to policy S1, the Surbiton neighbourhood of the council's core strategy and the three subsections of that. And the fourth and final one is the Riverside South Conservation Area appraisal, and the fact that it says the character of the area as a whole is a special architectural and historical interest, etc.
Thank you,
So I hope
Councillor.
you'll consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. Okay. So do any members of the committee have questions of clarification to the objectors? Please raise your hands if you have questions of clarification for the objectors. Anybody? Okay, I see one hand. Could I, so Councillor...
Should we collectively ask if any other members do...
Okay, right.
But we can invite them
Okay.
to come.
So could I ask the objectors, all five, to return to the table? I just want to ask my colleagues, we have 5 minutes for this section, so just in terms of being able to plan the time allocation, I'd just like to ask if there's anybody else who's likely to want to come in with a question for the objectors. Okay, I have two. Any advances on two? No? Okay. I see a third hand going up. Okay, thank you very much. Just had to, right. Yeah. Okay, so could I start with a quick question from Councillor Shaper, please?
Thank you, Chair. I hope mine's just a really simple question. Is looking at the application as it stands now with the boundary line, the red boundary line, is it more of an issue that there is a boundary line in itself rather than the building? In other words, if it was, do you see it as both or one or the other, as more of, or better or worse of an issue? In other words, is it about the building being reclassified, or is it, do you see it together with the, what's called, is it, get the terminology right, is it ancillary, the surrounding area? So,
Okay,
I mean, because
we're
we're looking at this obviously as a whole, but...
Can I go ahead and let them answer the question?
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think they've got the question. Does anybody wish to address this question, please?
I will.
Okay.
Okay. So for me, it's about the class use. Because it's about people on site. Now, at the moment, the only people that attend are the people that are doing maintenance, I say carefully, but works on site, shall we say. So therefore, they are presumably trained in various aspects. This, if it was a general office block, would be people who just come in to work in an office. So, and they would then want to wander around. or you contain them in some way. You obviously can't lock them in the office because that wouldn't be legal. So they've got to have somewhere they can walk out of. And therefore, you've got the problem of they could walk on the rest of the site. So it's the class use.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. I think that answers that question. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, can I just ask more about the bats? Did you say that bats have been found in this building?
They have been over the years. So it was
Yeah.
a winter roost. But my point was really to say that the work to determine the status of the roost has not been sufficient and hasn't followed the guidelines. So they did one survey last May the 24th, 2023, and they determined that there were no bats used in the building, which is totally insufficient. Over the years, we've found the bats that use the building for a number of uses, but particularly as a winter roost. And we don't have that kind of evidence of sites anywhere else in the borough. We have very little information about winter use of buildings by bats, and this site it ticks every box.
Thank you. Your last sentence, you said bats do not, and then we cut you off, so I was just really interested to know what bats do not do, but I can guess. In your speech, your last sentence, you said bats do not, and then we stopped you.
Yeah,
and I just wondered what they don't do.
Well, actually, the only thing that I didn't really get to say was that the officer's report didn't talk about any of the listed structures. So within a few metres of the pumping house is the rake of the Chelsea Tunnel, and that wasn't mentioned as a listed structure.
Okay. I'm sorry to cut you off again, but we're running out of time, and I have one more councillor who wants to ask a question. But I think I get the gist of what you're saying.
It's about multiple uses on the site.
That's right. Can I pass to Councillor Gonsalves, please? We have about a minute left.
Thank you. My question is to Liz. So Liz, you mentioned when you were talking about the fence, you said that it's not a good solution, that it doesn't address.
Yeah.
That the fence doesn't address objections. Can you just expand on that, please?
Okay, so in planning terms...
1 minute.
In planning terms, you are required as a planning committee to approve something if the problem can be addressed by a condition. I'm saying that the condition that is being recommended as the additional condition on the lake material can't address the problem of people wandering around because it could introduce a new condition, a new problem of fences. Because to address the idea of nobody walking round, you've got to fence people in. I can't think of another way. You've got to fence them in some way. And that would introduce a new problem of birds flying into fences, potentially. So I don't think that addresses the problem, and they need to be able to demonstrate the impact on the wider site before this could be granted planning permission. Does that make sense for you now? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're just coming to the end of our 5 minutes. So thank you very much to the objectors for coming up to answer questions. I will now turn to Toby Feltham to present the material planning considerations and address, where necessary, any issues raised during public speaking. So this is not the time for councillors to ask questions of the officer. It's just a chance for him to address those points. So, no.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I suppose I don't have too much to say, really, other than in terms of the additional conditions which were suggested by Councillor Green. We have reviewed those, and yes, those would seem reasonable. Those could be added if members were minded to approve. In terms of, I suppose, one other point, just in terms of the Metropolitan Open Land, the sort of greenbelt policy, which the London plan says that Metropolitan Open Land should be considered in the same way as greenbelt, does allow for the change of use of buildings. and as long as it doesn't impact on openness of the site. So that's our view is it doesn't, but obviously that's for you to consider. And yeah, I don't have any other further comments on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are now going to ask those councillors who are absenting themselves from the discussion to leave the room. Right, okay, thank you very much. So as previously outlined, I'm now going to move the recommendations as set out on page A4, which is the application to be approved subject to conditions. So do I have a seconder for that?
Happy to second.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Now I will open the matter for debate. So can members please raise your hand if you have any questions for the officer? This is not time for comments, but just to questions, clarification of planning issues, etc. So I see Councillor Hurlinger and Councillor Davies, Councillor Shaper, Councillor Manders. Is there anybody I've missed? Okay, so starting with Councillor Hurlinger, please. Your questions for the officer.
Thank you. On sort of points 50 to 52, you look at policy E1. And the way I read policy E1 is that it's saying that new office development should be focused in town centres, and it then further goes on to say about that development should include low cost and affordable workspace. So I'm assuming that sort of office development which is outside the town centres really should have lower cost and affordable workspace. And I'm wondering whether we should put a condition, whether officers considered putting a condition on this application to try and ensure that we did actually have workspace that was lower cost and affordable.
Yes, in terms of, let's just get that policy in front of me. So yes, it is one of the requirements. My view on that is that it would generally apply to sort of larger scale offices. Obviously, this is just one sort of office unit, effectively. So I wouldn't consider that this would be something that we would be looking for in this case. I mean, I take your point that generally we'd be looking to put these in these type of uses in town centres, but if you had a small office, it wouldn't, in a town centre, you wouldn't be expecting it to provide affordable as part of that, but certainly the larger ones you might, such as, you know, a sort of tower type use. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Davies.
Got a couple of questions. The first one is, one of the people who wrote in favour of this application commented that it might give access to the river, or better access to the river, but it doesn't, does it? There's no access behind it at all.
No, there's not. No, so this just provides access for the office workers and I guess people visiting.
That's what I thought.
Them.
And my second question really is about the planting of the flowers and so on. Can we condition that they should be, if we approve it, that they should be native or sympathetic to the site and not just random flowers that might do all sorts of pollination or create pollination problems?
Yes, absolutely. And there are conditions which relate to this, and certainly, and I think the scheme has evolved with input from our ecology officer, but certainly we want to absolutely control that. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. And Councillor Shapper.
Thank you, Chair. So I have very untidy writing, so bear with me. So my question relates really, I wanted just to tease out, if I may, the MOL land policy directives, and just a point of clarity really. Three questions really into one. One is, what makes this application a very special circumstance in terms of looking at it as a whole, because you use that word as a whole. And I wanted to clarify, when you say it as a whole, you mean within the boundary line? Because very early on in one of the paragraphs, I think it's on A15, it talks about this as a whole. And I wanted just to clarify that that refers to the whole of this planning application, not the whole of the site. In terms of MOL policy, I'll see if I can locate the paragraph, but it does talk about in that sense as the whole, as in WHOLE. My second question is, what I'm finding I need clarity on is paragraph 42. It talks about new buildings. So if I logically work through the points made about MOL and what purposes it serves. My question relates to what's the policy reasoning behind the word openness, because clearly in this report, if it is talking about the whole being what you'd considered within the confines of the red line, the boundary line, openness in itself talks about conditions. So condition 23. So my question is, what's the policy reasoning behind openness? How to preserve openness? Because I hadn't quite got that from the report. And the third question is, if I just rattle through the questions, is if this application is specifically about the special circumstances that underpin whether you can use new developments within MOL land, as the report sort of sets out a logical flow. My question is, therefore, what was the thinking behind including in this application, approving the addition of the what you call ancillary works around the heritage building? In other words, if it was about preserving heritage on MOL land or on this application within the boundary line, how have you designated that as existing development? In other words, this talks specifically about new buildings being on greenbelt being inappropriate. However, there are exceptions, and it lists about material changes in the use of land, and also not inappropriate, providing they preserve its openness and they don't conflict with the purposes of including land within it. But my question is, what was the thinking behind under MOL policy for this particular application that the ancillary was included as existing development? Because clearly there are huge restrictions on MOL land for new builds, new development, but this is an existing building that's being renovated as part of this proposal. So how did the land around the building be designated as existing rather than as new development? So they're my three questions. Thank you very much. As part of MOL policy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I suppose just to sort of look at this, obviously we're reusing an existing building here. Now there is the policy talks about that being acceptable. If we were introducing new buildings, then obviously those could and probably would have an impact on openness, because there would be, where there would be an open part of the site, it would then cease to be open because it would be built on and there would be a volume of building there. So we're not talking about that, and if we were, then that's when we would be looking at, well, what would be the very special circumstances to allow development within metropolitan open land which had an impact on the openness. Now, sometimes there are cases where you can do that, but that isn't something we need to consider here, really, because the building is staying at the same volume. There aren't any substantial structures or anything which really impacts on the openness. In fact, there's I suppose arguably there's more sort of greenery there which replaces what is a hard surfaced area. So I think that's kind of how it relates to metropolitan open land. Was the other point about the heritage? Was that the other point?
It was more about the question about that under MOL policy about keeping openness. That is obviously the listed building, which is part of this application, as you say, which hasn't been extended. But my question is, under MOL policy, how do you view the area surrounding the building as designated existing development? Because under this application, I would assume that is classed as in the same category as the building. In other words, it hasn't been given special significance, or has it? Because the building is being given special significance, but not the surrounding area around it.
Yeah. So yes, we're looking at the whole site, and because there are no buildings going on the site, then the openness of that site would not change. That's the argument we're putting forward, because yes, all you're doing is planting where there was hard surfacing, and you're redoing the hard surfacing. And the building isn't changing in its volume; it's changing internally. Just as a matter of point, it's a building of townscape merit, which isn't a listed building. It's what we would refer to as an undesignated heritage asset. So it's a sort of level down from a listed building. A listed building would have controls over the internal of the building, but this is a building of townscape merit, so therefore what goes on in the building is not as important as it would be in a listed building.
I think, sorry, Chair. It's probably me, I'm not being very articulate. What I'm trying to get at is the area outside the building, not the building itself. It's about, the question was about, because we've talked about the boundary by condition. So my question is, in terms of openness, how does that align itself with the MOL policy on openness? Because obviously there is a condition within this report, and therefore what's the relationship between the boundary by condition and the significance of that in addition to the heritage building, because the heritage building is a listed building but not the area outside the building, the landscaping. And so my question is, how does the boundary change? How would the boundary, would that still align with, or how does it align with MOL policy on openness, bearing in mind that it has to be by condition enclosed? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So if we're talking about around that red line, for instance, we're talking about putting a boundary around there to stop access, then yes, potentially there is an issue of openness. Depends on how that was done. Obviously, if it was a high, close-boarded fence with no views through, then that would have a greater impact on openness than railings where you would get views through as you do currently. So, yeah, certainly there is potential for that to have some impact on the openness. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Schaffer. Councillor Manders.
Thank you, Chair. I was very interested to hear the case put by the residents and also by Councillor Hayes and Councillor Green. Both councillors being extremely experienced when it comes to planning, and I always listen very, very carefully when they speak. They're very precise in what they say, and they're very well researched. So my question really to the officers is that there are a number of points that were made by Councillor Hayes and Councillor Green on planning grounds why they believe we should turn this down. So I wonder what the officers' comments are on them. And I made a note of, and it is also in the late material as well, just to paraphrase, that it could be considered to be not acceptable because it's on metropolitan open land, fragmentation of the site and severance of the two parts of the site. There are also, in the emerging local plans, there are grounds as well for refusing it. And it's also against the river strategy and I think also the core strategy as well. So I wonder if we could have the officers' comments really on those grounds for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Manders. Toby?
Okay. Yeah, you can hear me? Yeah. Okay, so in terms of metropolitan open land, so I guess obviously the first thing, obviously as officers we've recommended this for approval, so we think overall the balance warrants an approval, but we have highlighted within the report that that it is separated from the other sort of parts of the site. I guess certainly it's something which you could give more weight than we have to conclude that this wasn't acceptable. The metropolitan open land, well, we have talked about that, and I suppose arguably the point raised in our discussion just now and by Councillor Green in terms of the fences and securing the site from the remainder of the site, because obviously otherwise yes you can access all of the site, and in theory anyone who could gain access to this site could. So yes, I guess there is there's certainly an unknown in terms of how that could be done, and that there isn't anything that's been put forward. So obviously that could be considered. Just in terms of the sort of policies that we're assessing this against, it would be the council's core strategy, which is 2012, albeit there is a new local plan being prepared, but the new local plan could be a material consideration depending on how far down the route that's gone. But then otherwise it's the London plan, which is more recent, 2021, and then the National Planning Policy Framework is also a material consideration from late last year. Does that answer your questions, or anything else you'd need me to consider?
That's fine, Chair, thank you. I think, to paraphrase the officer, there are grounds then for us to refuse this, along the lines that have been put forward by Councillor Hayes and Councillor Green.
Okay, and right, okay. Well, I have a couple of questions as well. So Councillor Green mentioned an issue to do with swag, the late material from swag. She said she pointed to the late material that had been supplied by the applicant, and then said that she had been told that swag was told that they couldn't submit late material, and I was just wondering if you could clarify that matter for us.
Yeah, my understanding is that late material can be submitted. I think it has to be submitted for a certain time before the committee meeting so that it can be sort of checked for sort of accuracy and summarised, and I believe that might be 2 days before. So I don't know if that was the issue, but generally we would accept late material from all sides. Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
Yes, sorry, you were going to add, Toby.
I personally wasn't aware of any late material being rejected. Certainly the case officer would have been sort of kept informed of this thing, and they would have let me know. But
right, okay, right. So as far as you're aware, the applicants were submitted late material in time, and if there was any late material submitted by SWAG, it didn't arrive in time for the deadline. If that is in fact what, if
yeah,
but we don't have any.
I don't know.
We don't have further information on this.
No, it depends. It depends what's being put forward. I mean, we will look at stuff that's taken to the very end, but it just depends on what it is that's. But if it's extra comments, well, we will always try to summarise those, and that's why the late material comes out quite late on a few hours ago today, to allow people that opportunity to kind of. But I certainly wasn't aware of it.
Okay, yeah. No, that's fine. We'll leave that there for now. So referring to the applicant's late material, could you just clarify for me? I just want to make sure I understand this. That the applicant was, what was the essential change that the and conditions that the applicant was indicating that they might agree to?
Yes, I'm just getting that up now. My
Well, can I help you out there? Is it just the addition of bat boxes being integrated into the structure of the building and the ecological enhancement plan?
Yeah, and I think it relates to how updated condition 5. Here we go. So I think it's updated condition 5. I think is that the one that we're referring to, which does, yes, talk about the inclusion, the provision of a bat box. It also talks about the works should not compromise the ecology of the wider sink and the adjacent open mosaic habitat, which has been shortened to OMH, which probably should be lengthened to open mosaic habitat. But so it was just that. I don't think there was necessarily full agreement on that, but I think it was. We need, because it's a pre-commencement condition, we require the agreement of the applicant to impose that. They were happy to do that, and then they would provide further information later on down the line if approval were granted.
Okay, and could you just briefly explain to me what open mosaic habitat is, please?
I think all I really know about is that what we're saying is that the existing site isn't designated as open mosaic habitat. The wider site is, and my understanding of open mosaic habitat is sort of the various elements that make up a habitat, and it's. I think the point really is that even if the site currently doesn't have any open mosaic habitat, it could impact on adjoining areas which clearly are open mosaic habitat.
And sorry, I'm just trying to follow that. So are you saying that basically when you said the site is not open mosaic, but the wider site is. Are you referring to the site in the red lines is not open mosaic habitat, but the area that was in the, I think it was the blue lines. The blue lines is open mosaic habitat.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
And
yes.
that would include the area that's included in the red lines.
Yes. So it's the blue line, which is if you go back to an earlier plan, is the much larger part that has that is considered to be open mosaic habitat. Whereas yes, this particular part here is hard surfaced, and my understanding isn't. So I've slightly lost my train of thought now.
You were talking about the blue lines and the...
Yes, and then the red line isn't, but the point of that change to condition is to make sure that what happens on this site considers its wider context. Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of what I was getting to, really. The other question, just quickly, was the provision of fencing around the site, and that's a condition that we could add to the application if we choose to approve it, but it's not currently in the plan. Is that correct?
So we have suggested additional condition 23.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, you could accept that. You wouldn't have to accept that, as with all the conditions. But we have suggested that as a condition.
Okay. So I suppose my final question is there an irresolvable conflict between the openness, maintaining the openness of the site for nature and biodiversity, and closing off the site, putting a fence around it for safety? Can we reconcile those two things in this plan, given the site, the red line site's role in open mosaic habitat?
I guess any. So currently, nothing is sort of proposed around this site, but I guess the issue that could raise is, well, then this does allow access to the wider site. So I guess anything that would comply with condition 23 would need to take account of both of those matters, and I guess it's for the committee to consider whether you think that balance could be achieved. Obviously, Councillor Green suggests that it perhaps can't, and that's an issue. But yes, I guess that's certainly something you can consider.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my questions. Do any councillors have any further questions before we move on to our comments and debate? Okay, Councillor Shapper.
I've completely forgot to ask, on the design of the building, are there any functioning windows on the upper floors? That actually open? I just couldn't see it from the plans. Perhaps I didn't pick up on it, but I couldn't see. Are there any functioning opening windows on the upper level where the mezzanine is on the proposal? Thank you.
Let me take. I think I'll just take you to the plans there if I can. Yeah. Trying to operate the wrong computer. So you can see well, I suppose yes. On the upper floor, actually, you've got quite a bit of the windows available there, albeit they would be quite low down. There's roof lights which are proposed. if you see, look on the bottom left elevation.
Chair, could I just ask a supplementary question to the officer? For health and safety, you wouldn't be expecting those windows to be opened, though, would you, with a split floor? Because it looks like the floor's going through the middle of the windows, and if that's a heritage building, there'd be sash windows under grade listed. You'd have to put sash windows in, wouldn't you? That open top and bottom, so you wouldn't be able to open them, would you, on the mezzanine floor? So presumably they would only be decorative windows.
They may. I mean, if they were to be openable, obviously you'd need to make sure that somebody couldn't fall out or from the first floor. Absolutely. So that would be building regulations that would look at those issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. So
thank you, Toby. And sorry, does that answer your question?
Could I just clarify? So what you're saying is that they are openable windows on the planning. That this is just a point of clarity that they are functioning windows that can be opened.
Yes, I think the windows could be opened. I think what somebody would want to think about is whether you would need to put any barriers inside to, and you probably would anyway, because if you remember, there's the cutout around the windows, so you need to think about making sure that people couldn't fall down that gap between the window and the floor. So that is, yeah, on that plan you see the sort of cutouts around on the right-hand image, you see the cutouts around the windows. Obviously there's potential then for a gap, so yes, you would then normally put, I don't deal with building regulations, but I think it's normally 1.1 metre high to ensure that you couldn't fall down something, and that would also protect you from falling out the window.
May I ask, would they be visible? Because you've obviously put conditions as it's a listed building on the outside, looking from the outside in, so you wouldn't necessarily have barriers on the inside of a window because you'd presumably see that, wouldn't you, for a listed building?
So it's not a listed building, it's a building of Tansgate merit, so that is an important distinction. So there's obviously a number of ways you could do it. You can have sort of railings. I mean, if there's anyone who has stairs will have banisters, which will then have poles effectively, which would stop you falling off of the stairs. So it's that similar kind of concept, really. So you can have things that would be kind of like railing type things, so you still see through them, or you could have something that was glazed. So there'll be a number of solutions, but because it's not a listed building, it wouldn't necessarily be something that we would need to control unless you felt it was important, particularly, I suppose, from the outside, because the inside isn't protected because it's only a building of Tansgate merit. If it was a listed building, then absolutely we'd be looking at all of these details. But it isn't, so we're only really considering the external appearance.
Okay, thank you, Toby. I think we've probably got the gist of that there. Okay, thank you very much. That if there are no further questions, we will now move on to comments and debate. So, can members please raise their hands to indicate if they wish to make a comment at this time. So I see Councillor Davis, Councillor Shepherd. Anyone else at this point? Councillor Hurlinger. Okay, so Councillor Davis, your comments, please.
Yeah, obviously this is a very, very difficult decision that we're having to make tonight. I would love it, personally, if the whole site could be turned into somewhere like the London Wetland Centre or the Middlesex filter beds. In other words, a purely nature-driven heritage site. And this little building would be the ticket office. It's just obvious, isn't it? You just go through there and there's... But that has many drawbacks, mainly to do with money, I think. Even the Middlesex filter beds don't have enough money to fill themselves with water at the moment. So I don't really have any... I can't really object to this, as it is just a very little building on a very small site. I take the point that it might be giving a foot in the door to something bigger and more terrible, but I'm still open-minded. I'll carry on listening to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shapper.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a really difficult one because we're asked to look at this application on its merits, and looking at the building itself, I personally, my own personal opinion, is I haven't got an issue with the way the building is hopefully or would be sympathetically restored from what it looks like at the moment. The issue, or two issues that I'm wrestling with, are the MOL policy on openness and how you would reconcile going forward the idea that you, on one hand, a recommendation's been made because it somehow isn't going to conflict with MOL policy on openness, but we're asked, obviously, to look at a condition where, just from a practical point of view, you would expect a site that was a business site to have some form of designated boundary. So that's where I find it is conflicting. And I would say that it's the footprint, so that what I'm trying to get at is, by the fact that it's got a footprint that sets out a defined boundary line by way of the red line, the boundary line, it therefore, I believe, could be a departure or designation from the wider area. In other words, that just by its very nature, by its footprint, it is set apart from the wider area. And because we don't have any detail or idea going forward about what is designated acceptable for that entire area of the site, it's very difficult to then make an assumption at this stage, even on its merits of this application, because if you're looking at openness, I would argue, well, you know, this application is looking at a designated footprint within a red boundary line for the purposes of this application. Makes it very difficult if you then have to look at particularly car parking spaces, cycling, safety, and all those things that come with an office building. So, you know, it isn't as simple as, well, it's going to be turned into an office, so it's going to look great. That's lovely. If this whole site was somewhere off Surbiton town centre, I'd say, wow, what an amazing all bells and whistles application. But it's not. It's in a much wider site of biodiversity interests and so on, environmental interests. So I am struggling with the idea that it is a sort of standalone application by its nature of having its own boundary line. I can't see how that can be reconciled, but you know, as I say, I'm happy to listen to further debate. Just a couple of observations, really. It's such a shame that we didn't get the opportunity to ask the applicants any questions today, bearing in mind probably how much effort you've put into this application. And the second thing, it's a shame that there hasn't been some form of rapport with residents on what could have been done on that pump site, bearing in mind all of the sort of history and, you know, that's gone behind this whole site. It is a real shame that I haven't felt that there's been any, rapport or dialogue to look at what other options there could have been for that pump site, so pump house. So that's just my own personal observation, but as I say, I'm happy to continue listening to what other colleagues have to say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Shepard. Councillor Hurlinger.
Just to say that I sort of totally agreed with all the points that Councillor Green mentioned. I would like, if have you, as a planning officer, been got that in writing, all the points that she made?
In terms of the conditions?
Yes, I mean, she suggested condition 3, points 1, 3 and 4, on condition 6, the railings, renumbering on condition 20, having a condition about external lighting being turned off and ensuring there was no splitting of the windows. All of those points I sort of totally agree with and would move that those put as conditions. That's not necessarily to say that I'm moving that the application should be granted, but on the basis that it may well go, if it was to be refused, it went to appeal. The council will be putting the conditions it wanted to put on the site as Councillor Green did, as a sort of if you do go ahead. So I think it's useful that we are absolutely satisfied that all the conditions we think are relevant should be on it, and I think those conditions that she mentioned are all relevant, and I would like to move that they're added to it. On condition 23, which the officers put through as late observations, Councillor Green was a bit concerned that that might sort of adversely affect the wildlife, and I wondered whether it could maybe be that condition could be maybe tweeted to reflect that concern.
Okay, so you've moved to add those to the application. Is there a second? Is there a second to that? Okay, so Councillor Davis seconds that. Does any, so as there's been an amendment, we move to discuss the amendment. Unless councillors are minded to go to a vote, it would just be on the amendment, adding the amendment to the motion which has already been put, but it does not, by voting for the amendment, it doesn't mean that you're voting for the motion. You can vote either way on the motion when it comes time to vote on that. So on the basis of that, does anybody wish to make any comments? Councillor Wooldridge.
My comment is a general comment.
Okay, is it related to the amendment that has been put forward by Councillor Hurlinger to add those conditions?
No, but my hand up was before that.
Right now we're considering, because an amendment has been made, we consider the amendment and then we come back to the conversation that we were having before, the debate regarding the main motion. So if I could ask you to hold on to that.
That's understood.
Just hold on to
my
that.
colleague for getting in before me. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, right, if that's the way it works. Okay, so... Right. So just a quick question for our planning officer. Do you have any, having heard the proposed amendment to the motion, do you have any relevant comments to make on that, or are those acceptable from a planning perspective to add to the motion?
Okay. Yeah. So yes, absolutely. We've reviewed those suggested conditions. Councillor Green, we're happy for those to be added on. I think the one thing that Councillor Hurling was looking at was in terms of condition 23, our suggested condition, and obviously what that talks about is prior to commencement above ground work, details of boundary treatment, designed to prevent general access to the wider site. That's to be approved, submitted and approved by a local planning authority. I wonder whether it would be worth also adding in about impact on design to reduce impact on wildlife into that as part of the reason for the condition, but also within the main wording of that condition. So I think that would be reasonable.
Okay, okay. And I'm getting the...
Yeah, thumbs up.
Yeah, okay. And does the seconder also concur with the addition of that? Yes, okay.
So it is,
Okay, that's clarified then. Okay, so right, so those 23 and 24 were already part of the original motion. So what we're adding just in the amendment is the points that were brought up, that were suggested by Councillor Green in her presentation. So does anybody wish to make any further comments on this, or should we just vote on the amendment? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gonsalves.
So there were a couple of other comments. Can you hear me? There were two other comments from Councillor Green, one about condition 20 and the Class E comment.
You mentioned about that being an error.
And there was an error there on that paragraph.
I mentioned that.
Oh, have you? Okay.
And 22.
And then 22, which was about the external lighting.
I mentioned that as well.
That was also mentioned by Councillor
I
Hurlinger.
think the mics are a little bit faint tonight, so yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Right, okay, so if there are no other comments, just to vote on the amendment, just the amendment to the motion. Is that unanimous, or do we need to take a vote?
Agreed.
Okay, I hear unanimous. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So the motion is amended as such, and now Councillor Wooldridge, I believe you wish to make some general comments about the application.
Yeah, these are just a general, as a councillor, having listened to my colleagues, some who are here and some who are not here. And my comment really is that with regard to this proposal, so tell me if I'm going wrong here, because I'm not a planning specialist. I don't want to fall foul of anything. The proposal to refurbish what was the former pump house, in my opinion and a lot of others' opinion, is too narrow. It's focusing only on the immediate area. That little diagram box there. In a lot of people's opinion, this approach overlooks the chance to include the project in a wider plan for the overall seething wells filter beds. We risk missing out on more beneficial uses for the wider community. I think a lot of opinion here is that we need a more comprehensive plan that aligns any development with the area's long-term heritage and sustainability. And there I could discuss the metropolitan open land, details with regard to diversity, the office, metropolitan open land, etc. But really, we really do need to consider the long-term heritage and sustainability of the site. Approval should come with conditions that enforce those broader goals. And that's why I really wanted to put a comment in before then. But I've said my piece. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any councillors wish to make any further comments? I would just put in my comments at this point. As much, this is a very difficult application, The site has been derelict for 30 plus years. There have been countless arguments and different visions about what should happen to the site, some from the applicants and some from the community. And the site has fallen into considerable disrepair. It's not a great advertisement for Kingston driving in, if you're coming in from Surrey, to come in and see the pump house sitting there in a very sad-looking state. And so it would be lovely to see something happen with that site. However, I'm just not convinced, that, I think there are a lot of significant problems that I still have with this application. From a heritage point of view, the mezzanine floor bisecting the windows. I know they're set back by, sort of little cutouts around the windows, but I think I would have liked to see possibly that set back, the entire floor set back, at least several meters from the windows, so that it didn't dominate those windows and create, effectively visually cut them in half. So I don't think from that point of view I could support the application as it stands. And I also just feel that there's an irresolvable conflict, as I kind of indicated in my earlier question, between the openness of the site for nature and closing off of the site for safety purposes. If you're going to create fencing that's adequate to keep people from straying from, out of that red line area into the wider site, potentially, impacting the biodiversity of the site, potentially having, safety issues, and also, there are even potential crime issues there as well, as mentioned in condition 23, the proposed condition, the condition 23 here. So I think on balance, I don't think that I can support this particular application. I think it's, as some of my other colleagues have said, it's very piecemeal. As Councillor Wooldridge mentioned, and several others, it's just basically not looking at the whole site as in the round. So as a consequence, I don't think that I could support it as it stands. And if there are, I'll just ask if there are any other comments from my colleagues before we go to a vote on this. Yes, Councillor Davis.
Not being difficult, I'm just now minded to support this application simply because I don't think we can really ask anybody to do something to the pump house without expecting some kind of return from it. I might be being very naive there. But if we could ask them to, clean up the brickwork, make it look lovely, so that it's not an eyesore coming into Kingston, that would be great. But I just don't know if we can do that, can we?
Right. Which was mentioned. I'm sorry. I do appreciate there's strong feelings from the audience, but because we have this is a quasi-judicial process, we need to be fairly strict on the interactions that we have. I would just add that Councillor Green did mention that it would be possible to apply, I believe it was Section 215 notice, as was applied to the as was applied to the site owners with regard to the railings, which we're in desperate need of repainting. And I don't know if that, actually, to be honest, I don't know if that's been completely finished or not. Toby, has that work been finished, or is it still outstanding?
My understanding is it hasn't been finished.
Okay, it's a work in progress. I know that some of it I could see when I was down there that some of it had been done, but if it's still a work in progress, I'll take your word for it. So that's another possibly. That's probably not material to this application, but we can the railings. But we can consider applying a Section 215 notice for the pump house itself, as Councillor Green explained. Are there any further comments from my colleagues? Okay, so we have the motion. We'll now move to vote on the matter, and so it's the application as amended by Councillor Hurlinger's amendment to add those conditions. And could I have a show of hands for everyone who's in favour of the application? If you're in favour of the application, please raise your hands. Okay. Those against? Okay, well, that looks unanimous, but I'll just ask, are there any abstentions, just for the sake of completeness? Okay, thank you. So that's agreed. Sorry, I apologize, I misspoke there. That's not part of the official record? Right. So we have refused the application.
We haven't refused approval.
Refused approval.
Yes,
Refused approval.
just the committee is now minded to not approve. So
right.
The next step is to
Right, okay. So can I just, sorry, there's a, right, procedural issue that right, there's more to this, which is that we have indicated that we wish to refuse the application. We must now detail the grounds for refusal with the help of our planning officer. So we need to basically agree on the reasons for refusal. And I believe Councillor Hurlinger wanted to come in on this point.
I think sort of what we, as a vote indicated, we've refused to give approval. So that obviously by definition would seem to indicate that the committee is sort of minded to refuse. And I think sort of the discussion so far have sort of highlighted that the fragmentation of the site and the disturbance that this development would cause to the remainder of the site are probably the most substantial reasons to put forward in a notice of refusal. The planning officer may well wish to comment on the comments that were made by Councillors Green and Hayes on other policies that were put forward.
Councillor Manders.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There's a paper submitted by Councillor Hayes which sets out grounds for refusal of the application. There's quite an extensive list there. It's on the second page of the document he submitted. I would have thought that would be a very good basis for the listing of the grounds for refusal, subject to the officers going through it and eliminating anything which is, should come out of it. But otherwise, I would have thought we have there in some detail about what those grounds are.
Thank you, Councillor Manders. That's a very good point. So, Toby, you can take those notes from Councillor Hayes, in which he lists the his four reasons. I believe also we had a grounds for refusal from Councillor Green that was listed in an email that she that you've received, as well as me. So I think those will take. I think those, are we agreed, are sufficient grounds for refusing. This is for Toby to comment. Okay, yes, Toby.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, I guess looking at the four reasons for refusal suggested by Councillor Hayes. I suppose the first one talks about the office and associated car parking sort of impacting on the metropolitan open land. We have discussed that point. I don't know where, and I suppose it's ultimately up to you. I suppose what you want to refuse on. I guess the change of use as such isn't contrary to metropolitan open land policy. And I know one of the things which has come out a number of times is the provision of the fencing and what impact that might have, because we don't 100% know, and that's what Councillor Green mentioned. So there could be something in terms of that impact on metropolitan land, but whether it's the use and the car parking, I wouldn't necessarily follow that. You've talked about the condition, reason for refusal 2 is proposed development severs the existing buildings surroundings from the rest of the filter bed site, and that talks about site of nature conservation interest within the Riverside South Conservation Area. Well, you've talked about those things, and we've highlighted that a bit within our report, so that wouldn't necessarily be too much of a problem. And then the lack of it being contrary to policy S1 in relation to yes, basically working with the site partners to provide for nature conservation, leisure, nature conservation, etc., extension of Riverside Walk, all those things. I think what you're saying is that this would potentially get in the way and certainly doesn't provide some of these things. So that's could form a reason for refusal. And just trying to understand the fourth one. So that's sort of similar in a way, but from a sort of heritage point of view. And I think, if I remember rightly, that the Councillor Green suggestions were, I suppose, in terms of obviously the if people can access the rest of the site, well, then there's an issue there. If they can't, there's the issue with the boundary treatment. So one of those. So yeah, Councillor Green referred to, being able to access potentially unsafe deep water, but then the fences causes that issue. So, yeah, I guess it's probably being particularly careful with one, and then the other ones could form the basis for refusal if you thought that was the way you wanted to go.
Chair, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, right. Councillor Shepherd.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if you mentioned it already, but it was about the form of words that we had earlier about the preservation of openness, because we were mentioning about the boundary line fencing being in conflict with the MOL policy on preserving openness, and also perhaps a reference to the paragraph 42 in the report about the NPPF. So it's just tying it in with, ensuring we can tie it in with, I think you neatly summed it up earlier, Chair, about the, I can't remember how you worded it, some irreconcilable conflict not being able to be resolved on the issue of the preservation of openness if there was going to be a fencing or boundary around the perimeter of the plan on the red line. So I think it was just trying to make that point about the whole point of the MOL was in exceptional circumstances this being allowed, but we're saying that it's in conflict with MOL policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Did you have a comment, Councillor Manders?
Yes, Chair. I think some of that is covered in Councillor Hayes's grounds for refusal. So I think.
Could we make it explicit for the purposes of our? Obviously, we could, as you said, ask officers to work on that, but making it more explicit that it's in reference to the, I think, as the Chair pointed out, the conflict with preserving openness with the existing application that we're looking at in terms of its boundary line of this application within the wider site.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I mean, it's implied in point 2 of Councillor Hayes's list of grounds for refusal, so we could make it explicit, but the intention is there, if you see what I mean, in point 2.
Okay, thanks. I think in my comment was really just trying to draw out the fact that did exist. That's what I was hearing from the conversation, that conflict did exist. Okay, so are there anything else we need to add to this? This is basically, so we are proposing that we will ask officers to use the grounds for refusal that have been outlined by councillors Hayes and Green in their respective messages to the committee as the grounds for refusal. Subject to amendment by the officers. Okay, right. So,
No, and
Right, okay. So, right, I'm advised by our Democratic Services officer that we need to go through each individual grounds for refusal and have a vote for or against each one. If you would refer to the paper from Councillor Hayes, number 1, the proposed office use and associated car parking is not compatible with the designation of the land as metropolitan open land in the London plan, and the Kingston core strategy and the emerging Kingston local plan. So I would I'll let you take the rest as read. All those who support that as a grounds for refusal, could you please indicate by raising your hands? Okay, that looks unanimous to me. Number 2, the proposed development severs the existing building and its immediate surroundings from the rest of the former Seething Wells filter bed site, which would prejudice the development of the application site as a visitor and interpretation center for the Seething Wells filter bed site's overall nature conservation interest and historic interest. So all those who would support that as a grounds for refusal, that looks unanimous to me. Thank you. The proposal, number 3, the proposal would accordingly be contrary to policy S1 of the Council's core strategy, which says the Council will work in partnership with various stakeholders to reduce flood risk and make the site safe for community use while taking account of nature conservation interests. The Council will work with partners to provide for nature conservation, leisure and nature conservation, and an extension of the Riverside Walk of the former Thames water filter beds. And that the Council will enhance and protect Surbiton's architecture and local identity by safeguarding and improving features that contribute to the character of the Surbiton neighbourhood. I'll let you take the rest as read. So all those in supporting point 3, I think again that's unanimous. And the Riverside South Conservation Area appraisal dating from 2002 and prepared in association with the designation of the conservation area on behalf of the Council by CAP Studios concluded that the character of the area as a whole is of special architectural and historic interest on account of, among other things, the industrial public health heritage which is represented in the buildings and structures at Seething Wells Waterworks. And I'll let you take the rest as read, but it's basically focusing on the heritage, which includes the building on the site. And all those who would support that. Again, I take that as unanimous. Right. And then we had Councillor Green in her public comments. Bear with me a second. Right.
Chair, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think, as you can see, it is quite difficult on a technical level to agree these precise recommendations. I think, as we haven't got it in writing in front of us for all to read, while Councillor Green's comments are probably very, very worthy, and if we could work it out, then we should add them. However, we haven't got them in writing, and you're going to have to, as it were, sit there and try and interpret your notes on what she said.
Okay.
So I question, do we need to add in Councillor Green's comments into this as a condition, or not as a condition, as the reason for refusal, or can we get by with Councillor Hayes's comment grounds?
What is the sense of the committee? Are we happy with the comments from Councillor Hayes?
There was a part of Councillor Green's comments about the design of the mezzanine in terms of the windows. I mean, that is a design feature that is. Would you consider that to be worthy of to be included at this stage?
I think that's a very good point. I think it's also a point I made in my comments.
Yes, I think it is a very good point. But I think we heard from the officers, if it was a listed building, then it would be, as it were, we could go into the internal design of the building as proposed by the developer. But as it's a building of townscape merit, we don't have that particular power to do that. So my view would be not to put it in for that reason.
I'm compelled to have a stronger case for the issue about the openness, about the issue we've discussed about the boundary. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've covered that off. Okay, so that forms the basis. That is the outline of our reasons for refusal. The officers will amend accordingly. Okay.
According to.
Okay, so, right, I'm advised, so we need to thereby move that we refuse the application on the grounds that we've just established, that we just voted on 1 through 4. Do I have a second for that?
Yeah, I'm happy to second, sir.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hurlinger. Is that unanimous, or do we need to go to a vote on this?
Agreed.
Agreed? Okay, I take that as unanimous then. Thank you very much, councillors. Do we need a short break, and we need to bring our other colleagues in if they haven't?
Well, I'm having one with it.
Yes. Okay. So we adjourn for 5 minutes. Hello, everybody. We'd like to get started again. Right. Go sit down, Yogan. We all want to move on. Right, okay. So, bear with me a second. Where am I? Okay, so welcome back.
You need to announce that the ASB is called for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your short break. So now we move on to our next planning item, which is for item A2, and it's 91 Ditton Road, Surbiton, KT6 6RJ. Do members have any declarations on this application in accordance with the planning protocol? No? Okay, I'm getting... Right. Right, so in accordance with the revised Planning Committee procedure rules, formal and personal site visits have to be recorded in the minutes. Councillor Peter Hurlinger and I visited 89 and 93 Ditton Road with an officer on the 23rd of April, and I also visited 91 Ditton Road with an officer on the 23rd of April. Do members have any other declarations of site visits that they wish to make at this time? No, thank you. We'll then proceed to the application. You've got this in your packs. It involves the conversion of an existing garage into habitable space, demolition of existing rear extension, erection of part two-story, part single-story rear, single-story front porch, and bay window, first floor front extension, increase in roof height, installation of 3 front and rear roof lights, and associated changes to the fenestration. And so this is all in your pages A44 to A59 of the agenda. And there are 2 sets of late materials published in advance of the meeting, which have been placed on members' desks. Do members need any time to read the late materials first? No, I'm seeing no's all around. Apart from planning officers, we have 3 speakers on this item, including the applicant, his planning agent, and 1 registered objector. So I'd like to invite Toby, our lead officer, to present and introduce the item. So over to you, Toby.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so here is the proposed site plan. I suppose just worth noting, look at that, the sort of building line of the property to 93 to the southwest is basically pretty much 2-story to the very end of their property, whereas we'll see this later, the one at 89 to the north east has a conservatory and then a single-story extension at the rear of theirs, and that is incorporated within the sort of brown part of that outline there. The red is showing where this would go to. This is the full extent of the single-story. The first floor part is set slightly further back than this. So just to give you some sort of context here, these are photos. So the top are photos from the front of the property. And the bottom left also is the front. The bottom middle is the rear of the property looking left to 93. and the bottom right is looking right to 89. And this is just showing the sort of rear here. So there's a single-story extension here. The single-story extension would extend across this, and then the first-floor extension would extend across most of this, but it's set it away from the boundary on the right, but you'll see that as we move through. Just a few sort of closer in photos just to sort of show the existing relationship and the sort of extension that was done some time back. And this just shows that relationship there. You can't see the windows on the first floor, but there are some windows on the first floor facing to the side here. And this is looking from number 93. So on the left, we're looking at the side window, which is facing towards the application site. The rear, on the right-hand side, is facing into the garden. And this is the front of the property. So the top right is the side window, which faces number 91. You can see a bit of that building through that view there, but then the bottom left shows, if I turn the camera around, what you see, that's the sort of entrance door to the front of the house, basically. This is the view from the rear living room into the rear conservatory of number 89, so on the other side. So the proposed extension will be to the right-hand side of this. So that would be a single-story extension, then set slightly further back, then the first-floor extension on top of that. So this shows the view from the adjoining property from number 89. And this is now from the application site looking back towards number 89, and you can see the conservatory there. Okay, so key constraints. There's a notice this in the South Borough Conservation Area. There is also a tree preservation order on one of the trees at the front, which, if you see there, is highlighted in green, the top left, and the blue on the bottom shows where this is located within Southborough Conservation Area. So there's a faint arrow, but the tree to the left is a yew. That's the TPO tree that would be retained. The tree that would be removed is the one to the right of that, which is very close to the house, actually. So that would be removed. That isn't subject to a tree preservation order. And the tree officer has reviewed this and is satisfied with this. It's worth noting that the previous refusals were on the grounds of impact on trees, but that's been resolved. And the tree officer's happy. This just shows the tree protection plan to basically retain the existing trees that are on the site. So you'll see there's 3 trees to go. One at the front, which we've identified. Then there's 2 smaller trees at the rear, which would also go, which are in that sort of purple area. It's worth just noting that there's been a previous permitted scheme. This is for a single story rear extension and side extensions and roof. It changes to roof to make the roof pitch steeper and the roof overall higher. So the plans, top left is this ground floor, and then you'll see that as you move away, the first floor and the second one in doesn't have an extension out to the rear. So that's probably going to be, that's one of the main differences between this previous permission and this application. You'll note the depth of the approved rear extension is 5.943 metres. And this was an image which showed that previous permission. It doesn't seem to show the context, but it shows the permission for the house previously. And I won't dwell on this too much, but these are the existing plans. And you can see, I suppose, how this building doesn't extend as far back as the adjoining properties is probably one thing to note from there. And so now onto the proposed plans. So top left shows you the single story rear extension, not very different to the previous approval. That's a depth of 6 metres. And the height of that is 3.5 metres. Then on top of that, so if you look at the bottom right drawing, the first floor is set in. So the window on the right is on the existing plane of the where the first floor is, but then the second window from the right, there is then a roof pitch, and you can see that as well. If you look on the middle, top middle, you can see there's a step in from the first floor, so that has been set away from the boundary. So it's a total of 2.6 metres from the boundary, and it extends a total of 3.6 metres. And in terms of I suppose the main sort of impacts really are in terms of sort of heritage, the overall, we consider that this, preserves, at least preserves the Southborough Conservation Area. In terms of the impact on the neighbouring property, or both neighbouring properties, the number 93, they've got some side-facing windows, but they also have rear-facing and front-facing windows there, but also it wouldn't be entirely reasonable to restrict the development of this because of some side windows that they had on their property. And then in terms of the impact on the conservatory, conservatory has various light sources. Most of it will come from the sky, but also it has outlook over its own garden to the rear. And we think, given that it's certainly that the first floor is set away, has helped to reduce the impact on that property, but certainly it's not coming as far as the end of that conservatory, and therefore overall, in terms of the impact on neighbouring properties, then we conclude that this is acceptable and therefore is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Toby. So can I invite, so I'd like to invite a registered objector who's formally notified of the application through a letter of notification to come forward, and that's Bob Hayward. And thank you for waiting for so long. Appreciate you.
The microphone's on, is it?
It is on. Just could you move it? Make sure you're fairly close to it. You don't. Yeah. just move it to just, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to speak, and Herman will let you know when there's a minute left.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Bob Hayward, and I live at 89 Ditton Road, directly next door to the application site. Tonight, I also represent the concerns of the 7 objectors to the proposed extension. Before I begin, I must highlight that due to an administrative error within the council, my objections were not considered before tonight's agenda was circulated. Furthermore, it's come to our attention that the report erroneously states that we have a first floor extension, which is not the case. This makes a significant difference in the impact that the proposed development will have on our property. This has not been given the attention in the case officer's consideration of the application, and I therefore ask the councillors take this into account. On the 23rd of April, as the chairman said, councillors visited with a planning officer and inspected both 89 and 93 Ditton Road. It was observed that while the proposal claims similarity to a previously approved submission, there are 3 significant key differences. 1, the previous proposal was for a single-storey extension. This is for 2. 2, the overall rear building line has been increased by a further metre to 6 metres. 3, the total roof line has been extended by 3.6 metres. All of these materially and significantly increase adverse impact that the development will have on our properties and will negatively impact on our quality of life. In particular, it will result in a loss of our privacy, will be overbearing to our property, and will result in the loss of daylight to conservatory and living area, similarly for 93. The proposal breaches the guidance set out in the council's own residential design guide. It totals 6 metres in depth, including the existing extension, which exceeds the guidance of being 3 to 3.5 metres in depth. A previous planning committee for 87 and 89 Ditton Road explicitly required that where there was an existing extension, the footprint could not be extended further. 2 councillors involved in this decision are present tonight. The proposal has a development ratio of 46% compared to an existing development of 27%, highlighting the overdevelopment of the site and is only 1 metre from our property, whereas the guidance requires substantial distances between properties for a 2-storey extension. It is overly dominant when viewed from both adjoining properties, block adequate daylight and sunlight, and creates a sense of enclosure, failing both the regional standards of design and amenity. Our additional drawing and photograph provided as late information highlight this. The proposed top floor cinema also poses a significant noise risk, particularly given the closeness of the properties. A recent application for number 85 Ditton Road was refused on the basis that it would be an over-dominant addition to the rear of the main property, adversely affecting the character and appearance of the original property and wider Southborough conservation area. The proposed extension at 91 is even more dominant to the rear elevation. The design guide in place to protect the character of an area as well as neighbouring amenities. The council should not be approving a development that breaches so many parts of the guidance and will result in a negative impact on our property and quality of life. Firstly, Southborough Conservation Area is mandated to preserve its character and appearance. It does not refer, the design and heritage statement is inadequate regarding the impact on these proposals. It does not refer to any legislation at all. This is in direct conflict with the requirements of the Act and the MPPF. In summary, we have great concerns that our objection were not given the attention that the Council recommendation has been based on inaccurate information. In particular, we do not have a first floor extension. This proposal contravenes the council's own guidelines, which will lead to a negative impact on us and our quality of life. Therefore, respectfully request that a consistent approach to other applications in the road is taken and that the application is refused. Thank you for your attention and consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayward. Yes, thank you. So can I invite the agent of the applicant and the planning agent to come forward to the public speaking desk, please? And just a reminder, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee, and Herman will tell you when there's 1 minute left and when your time is up.
So, my name is Sunny Bahia. I am the agent for this application. The application was redesigned due to the sale of the property. So the sale of the property meant that a new owner had come in place. So the previous application wasn't really what he was looking for. So the redesign of this extension took place by removing the dormers from the approved planning application. By removing the dormers from the approved planning application, we simply required more space on the first floor. So we allocated that space back to the first floor rear of this property. The remaining extensions on this property are all identical to what's already been approved. So the 2-story side extension has already been approved. The ground floor extension was approved at 5.9 meters, albeit we've gone for 6 meters. It's a difference of 4 inches. I don't think that's a material significance there. The front extension has also been previously approved. The loft conversion, I know we've labelled it as a cinema room, but it's more of like a personal games room, play room. It's for kids. So it's a family home. It's going to be used for the family. The loft itself is still remaining as a pitched roof loft conversion, which respects the angles of the original roof. And we've removed the dormers because we personally didn't like them. So it's better in keeping with the character of the existing property. We've added skylights to the roof, which are on the angle, which are not directly overlooking any of the neighbouring properties. And then going back to number 89, 89 has been extended on the ground floor very close to the boundary. They've got a conservatory to the rear of their property, but the rear of the property close to the boundary has a large flank wall, which is almost 3 meters high, three and a bit, and it's completely blank. It's been plastered clear, which is to do with privacy, right? So they want to have the conservatory protected so they can't look through. And our extension is still set back from number 89's flank wall. We've got a metre separation from the extension, and then again with the first floor extension, we've kept a further separation to the boundary of 2.5 metres, keeping in line with the council guidelines of the 45-degree rule, respecting the light, and we've ensured number 93 and number 89 are clear of the 45-degree angle rule. They both have clear sunlight to all the habitable rooms. The windows to number 93, I know they have they've got a window on the first floor side and a second floor. Those serve bathrooms, so they're not primary rooms, they're not living spaces, they're not bedrooms. They're used for hallways, they're used for bathrooms. So the impact of the actual extension is not going to be so great because those windows serve as secondary windows, and they're designed for rooms that are not habitable rooms where you're not going to be sitting in that room having an outlook to it. So the extensions respect the neighbours and their privacy, their right to light, and the extensions themselves we feel are all in keeping of the character of the existing conservation area. We've recommended similar materials. It's got a white rendered finish which matches the existing property. The design of the windows is exactly the same as the existing property itself, front and back. They completely match the existing property itself. The trees, none of the TPO trees have been touched. The trees that are being removed are part of, they're not restricted, they're not being listed, there's no restrictions on them. So we provided a report that suggested that the removal of those trees does not impact anything, does not impact any of the development, any of the surrounding area, and that was provided with the actual application itself. The extension of the 3.6 metres to the rear is not the same depth as the ground floor extension. So the ground floor extension is going further forward. The first floor is stepped back quite a bit from the ground floor extension. And that, again, is within the 45-degree angles. And overall, we've designed this to respect the area and the neighbours and the right to light.
Even with the extension, we don't go beyond the neighbours. I think they have gone beyond our extension. So their houses still go beyond our extension. So we're just coming in line with them,
Yeah,
still slightly behind them.
So number 93 actually does go further forward than our extension at first floor. So their property is actually set much further forward than our own property at number 91. Number 89 is set level to our first floor, but we've respected it by giving them 2.5 to 3 metres space to the side. So overall, it's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, do members of the committee have questions of clarification to the objectors? Any questions for the objectors? Councillor Holt, okay. Could I ask Bob to come? Mr. Hayward, yeah. Okay. So again, we have 5 minutes for this part of the discussion. So Herman will let you know when the time is nearly up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mine is just one question. I just wanted to know that it's been alluded to this evening that it's a new neighbour that you have. I just wondered if there was any communication between you to sort of discuss the plans.
Unfortunately, no. The house has been rented out for many years. There was an occasion when I recognised the designer, the architect, fairly recently was there, and I went down to try and meet the new owner, but unfortunately they'd driven off. So at no time has anybody come to us and said, hello, I'm whoever, and I'd like to make you aware of what I'm intending to do, which I tried to address.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Holt. Are there any other questions for Mr. Hayward? Yes, Councillor Waldert.
I've heard your objection. I heard your objection for it. Could you just very briefly just confirm again to me the major significant objection you've got to this?
One of the major ones is to do with the development of any two-storey extension in respect to our house is designated a link detached, and that underlines some of the policies that should be applying to this because of the closeness of the boundaries. Somewhere I think the words say, and it was in my speech, there needs to be considerable distances between the boundaries of the houses for 2 stories. There are not. Ours is a metre. I think 93 is probably 2 metres. And in my mind, that is not a substantial distance between the properties.
Yes, and also I have a hand from Councillor Schapper, so if you can make your supplementary question quick so she has time to ask a question too.
Where do you think it went wrong with regard to us, the council, not being aware that you didn't have a first floor extension, a second floor extension?
In the committee report, page 54, paragraph 18.
Thank you very much. You're clearly very on it. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Councillor Schapper.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question of, if you could just remind me, the objection on the, because if there's an existing you know, we talked about the 6 metre at the back, but there's an existing planning app that it's about, less than 10 centimetres greater than the existing one. So my question is, what about the roof line? Because the roof line looks much higher on this plan. I'm looking at the line of the chimney line, and is that, you didn't mention the roof height, or I wasn't quite sure whether you'd mention, if you could just clarify, because I'm looking on the plan and is there an issue with, because I'm looking at the front and back of the building is higher as well, so thank you.
In the supplementary information, I provided a diagram which showed, I took the architect's drawing and of the existing drawing and superimposed onto it the new one. And I think quite clearly showed the difference in the ceiling heights and the overbearing nature of the development.
Could you just, sorry, do you mind just clarifying, I've got that, is that the photo here?
Yes.
This is obviously your conservatory now, looking across.
Yes, up into 91. Although the term's being used as conservatory, as the councillors probably noticed, it is a living room. It's bricked walls with a glass roof. And because of that, we're able to use it all year round. So it's not, what can we say, a conventional conservatory. And that's why I was concerned about the overbearing and loss of privacy.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's the 5 minutes.
Time's up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so thank you very much for that. So do any members of the committee have questions of clarification for the applicant? Please raise your hand if you do. Yes, so could I ask the applicant, to come forward. And again, we only have 5 minutes, so Councillor Green.
Thank you. I've just pulled up on screen the granted permission, and I'm interested in the roof lines.
Yeah.
And it appears to me, and this is what I just want you to confirm, that the roof line of the consented permission is 9.8 metres roughly, and that's the same for what's being asked for here.
Correct, yeah, they're both identical. So,
roof lines,
the approved and the resubmission is exactly at the same height.
Yeah.
It's unchanged.
Point to note is that both the neighbours have 3 floors, so their roof line is actually higher than the house even after our extension.
It's the same. So it's
I'm comparing the granted permission with the current
it's exactly the same.
application. So the major change between the granted permission and this application is the first floor rear extension, which doesn't exist in the granted permission. Correct. I appreciate step back, but it exists in this application. That's the major difference.
That's the major, apart from the removal of the dormers. The loft
removal
conversion.
of the dormers, and it seems to poke out a little bit more at the front, from what I can work out.
No, that's exactly the same as well.
That's the same, is it, as well?
There's no changes to the front, apart from a small change to the porch. The remaining rear ground floor is pretty much the same. The first floor addition is the only significant change on this extension, on this proposal.
And the removal of the rear dormers.
And the removal of the previous application had front-facing dormers and rear-facing dormers.
Oh, right.
So they've all been completely removed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Holt.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question about the windows on the first floor. Elevation seems to be at the back is the one that's causing some the major change. I was wondering, because it looks like that is a bathroom that you've got there. Would you be putting opaque glass
Yeah, that's mentioned on the plans.
Okay.
So when we've got any side-facing windows, we've got notes on the side of these plans that say any side-facing windows that we propose to put in would have opaque frosted glass to preserve privacy, because
Yep.
obviously our client would also like privacy as well. So we want to make it blank or give it some sort of texture, just so that you can't directly look into each other's properties.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's quite small.
Yeah,
I've even got it on the computer trying to get it higher,
Sorry.
and it is still quite small. But I just wanted to check that you would be planning to put that it's going to be opaque on those windows, and the one that's the other one that on the first floor next to that looks
All
like
of
it's a
them will
bedroom.
be-
All of them. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
all of them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any more questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Right. So, so we'll now move to Toby. Will now present the material planning considerations and address, where necessary, any issues raised during public speaking. So over to you, Toby.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just a point, I think on the previous permission, I think it got approval for rear dormers, but I'm not sure it got permission for front dormers, but it had front roof lights. I think it was pretty much the same. So I suppose just in terms of the objector talked about breaching the extension guidelines of being 6 metres. So our guidelines basically talk about where you've got extensions. You can go between sort of 3 to 4 metres depending on the type of property. But once adjoining neighbours have extended, which they have in the case of 89, because there's a high boundary wall and the conservatory behind, and obviously the rear, the building line of number 93 was already further back. So actually they're looking to broadly line up with the existing extensions. Our guidelines would actually allow, certainly on single story, to go beyond that, to go further and the adjoining building lines in line with the additional 3 to 3.5 metres. So just to sort of clarify that point, the reference to the first floor rear extension, we've corrected that in the late material. Apologies, I should have mentioned that in my presentation. So I think the point was there really that the number 93 extends further back than number 91, and it shouldn't have referred to number 89 at all. So quite a significant error, I agree, but we wasn't sort of part of the way we assessed it. We were looking really at how this impacts on the neighbour. And I suppose the other sort of point really in terms of light, we've talked about light actually, so I probably don't need to mention that, but happy to field any questions. Then in terms of I suppose whether this would be have an overbearing impact, well, obviously in terms of it being adjacent to any garden areas, it's not, and generally that's where you would find that overbearing impact. The neighbouring property 89 has extensions, albeit it has a glazed roof. So I think what you would experience, say from within that space, is the first floor extension would be 2.5 metres away from the boundary, and it would have an extra height of about 2.4, I think it says over there. Yeah, 2.4 on top of the single story. And that would extend for 3.6 metres. So actually, I think in much of the conservatory, you probably wouldn't even be particularly aware of it. That's not to say that if you stood at the far side, you wouldn't be able to see it, but you wouldn't be able to see. You certainly wouldn't be able to see all of it. So in terms of the actual impact, it probably wouldn't be very significant, and I guess ultimately that's what we have to assess really, is what the impacts are on the neighbours. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, so thank you very much, Toby. So I'll now move the recommendation as set out on page A46, which is the application to be approved subject to conditions. So do I have a seconder for that?
Happy to second.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Now we'll open the matter up for debate. So first of all, we have questions for the officers. Does anybody have any questions for the officer? I see Councillor Green, Councillor Davies. Okay, Councillor Green, please.
Thank you. First of all, Toby, could you just take us back to the, I'm interested in the roof lines, and unfortunately the Google one has got a tree right in the way. I'm on the Google street scene. So the two properties, 89, 91, you've got a view from the front. Yeah, you see, you can't... Yeah, you can just about see it. So that's 93, though, isn't it, that you see? That's 91. All the trees get in the way. Do you know what the height of the roof of 89 is? I would have asked the resident, but I doubt he knows the height of his roof completely, because why would he? We don't. What's the comparison? I mean, just, you know. Okay.
Certainly, in terms of the property to the right, so number 93, yeah.
I can see 93 is significantly taller than 91 is currently, and it looks to be about the same height of what's proposed and what's been granted.
Yes.
It's the other way that the trees are getting in the way of seeing what the heights are.
That. Let me just, if we go back to...
Oh, that one's quite good, actually, because that's 90... The bottom left...
Yes.
Oh, that's 93 on the right-hand side and 89 on the left, isn't it? That's the front.
That's...
Okay.
Yes, that's the front. Yeah. So, yes, you can see...
Just about,
absolutely.
Yeah.
The trees do get in the way. And because we're retaining one tree, that will still continue to get in the way.
Yeah, for photographs. The second question is, the objector spoke about the potential of noise escaping from a cinema room, a playroom. Kids are not known to be particularly quiet once playing, depending on their age. Would it seem reasonable to you as a planning officer for a condition to ensure noise does not escape from that new roof that is being created by the loft extension, effectively? I know we have standard conditions. Please don't ask me what the decibel levels are in the conditions, but they're measured to not be properly insulated to make sure the noise doesn't escape out into the rest of the environment.
Yeah, absolutely. So I suppose if we look at the roof plan and the front and rear elevations, you can see that there are some roof lights which are quite high levels.
Yep.
So actually, any noise while those are open there would be some escape of noise, but actually, as it's internal, it wouldn't be certainly like somebody in the garden. Obviously, it would be built to a good standard from a sustainability point of view, and therefore noise breakout.
Just trying to make sure that it mitigates against any potential problems. That was all.
Yes, I mean, we can't entirely stop problems, but ultimately this would be built to good standard, which would, I don't think there wouldn't be anything more we could add really to
okay, so because it would have to meet building control standards.
Absolutely.
We wouldn't be adding anything new to it with that.
No, absolutely. But the way it's been designed actually is with high level windows. Actually, then the sound would tend to go upwards rather than if it was lower level. Then it would. But it's obviously common to have all types of things in properties.
But building standards
Building
requirements
regulations
would cover. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, thank you. Sorry, who was...
Councillor Davis, you had.
Yeah, sorry. It's getting late. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I can't let a whole meeting go by without mentioning bicycles. I'm sorry. I was under the impression that if somebody got rid of a garage space, they were sort of duty bound to replace it with something in the conditions. I can't find anything in this application for bicycle storage to future-proof this extension.
We certainly would always put it on if there was no side access to the rear garden, but actually there is, so bikes could go down the side. But you know, we could add that condition on.
No, I don't want to. I just thought that we always did, so I'm not going to make it a condition.
We do, yeah, definitely. If you lose the side access, then we make sure the provision is made somewhere. Yeah.
Right. Do any other councillors wish to ask a question? No? Okay. So we'll then go on to comments. Does councillors wish to make a comment as part of the debate? Councillor Davis?
I just want to speak from personal experience of living next to people who have a lot of extensions. When they happen, you feel very insecure. You think you're going to lose your light. My neighbours pulled down their garage, and for 2 weeks it was fabulous. And then they put this thing up. And when the scaffolding arrived for the loft extension, I really hope they don't watch this. I was in tears, and I was going to move house, and I was really angry. And then they came round and said, "Look, we didn't know they were coming today. I'm so sorry." And I immediately said, "Okay, fine. I've been no problem at all." And all their building's been done, and I'm just love my neighbours, and I just hope that you'll be able to, if we do approve this, I hope you'll be able to get on with it all, really. Nothing is ever as bad in the end as it seems in the planning stage. That's my experience.
Oh, okay. Councillor Holt and then Councillor Green.
Okay, thank you. I've kind of looked through this a bit and listened to the comments that have been made. I noticed that the Conservation Area Committee didn't make any comment on it. And I'm also taking into account this already had a planning application. I personally don't really like I like the house the way it is, and I think the way that you've extended it at the side, I don't particularly like that sort of that look. But it is better than the extension that's there at the moment. So that is better. But that is purely my own views on it. I know that you're trying to get the symmetry. I know that you've obviously changed the front door, but personally, it's I don't like it. But that's not a planning reason that's just my own personal thing. So that's really where I am on this. I think we've already had a planning application that's you've indicated that's not that much different from that, apart from the points that you've made, a very small difference, and the reasons why you've changed it. I was pleased to hear that you did have the opaque windows. I couldn't see it in the information, so that was good to see as well. So I think overall, for me, there was sort of things that I was looking for was what did the Conservation Area Board think, and they didn't have any problems with it, and so that's and also I think it does improve the overall look of the sort of mix mash of extensions, but I would say I still don't like the entranceway. Apologies for that.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Holt, and Councillor Green.
Thanks. I quite like the look of that, but it is subjective, what's proposed at the front. I prefer that to what's there, but I also actually do think it could look quite nice. But again, that's not really the planning consideration. I really welcome the removal of the rear dormers, because I think that doesn't suit. For me, it comes down to, and I've brought up on screen as I commented, what is permitted currently and could be built out, and the main difference, so roof heights, front extension pretty much, or the two-storey extension at the front and going along the side is pretty much as it is already granted permission. It comes down to the first floor at the rear. That's the bit that's new, predominantly. Because it does seem quite an overextension to me, having that at first floor. However, it meets the 45-degree angles, that's demonstrated on here by being set back. I don't think that refusing planning permission would be a defensible decision at appeal, because an appeal planning inspectorate would look at it and say it meets the requirements of not overlooking if they looked at it completely objectively. And I think for that reason, I'm likely to vote to permit it. I do think it's somewhat large from the original house, and I don't support increases. But given that it has the granted permission already for the majority of it, I don't think that first floor at the rear is sufficient to refuse it without it then being risky at appeal. So that's my view on it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Green. Are there any, yes, Councillor Schapper.
Thanks, Chair. I didn't want to repeat what my colleagues have said. I think it's an attractive build. My only question is actually, and this is just purely as going from what my colleague Councillor Holt was saying about personal preference. I really don't like the front door. I think it looks very modern in comparison to the rest of the house. But that isn't a planning, that's not, that's just an idea that I couldn't see from the plan what that was made of. It certainly isn't, to me, it looks very similar to the back, which looks like bifold galvanised. So I just wondered, out of curiosity, what is it actually going to be made of, the front door?
Sorry, excuse me, Councillor, we're not at a point where we can
I'll make that a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I think that can remain a rhetorical question. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll make it a rhetorical question. It was just purely saying I hope that it would be nice for you to perhaps consider making something a bit more attractive in keeping with how old the house is. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Schapper. Are there any further questions, comments? Comments, like I said, forgive me, the late hour. Any further comments on this? No, okay.
Okay.
Councillor Wooldridge.
Clearly there was a concern with regard to the windows, elevated windows, which are the bathrooms. It's a small condition, but I just want to make sure those do remain bathrooms. So there's no impact on overlooking the Dubra Chufter, the thingamajig. Thank you.
I suppose that's a question for our planning officer. Can we make that a condition? Can we even consider that as a condition of future use?
Yeah, so perhaps I should clarify. Or Liz, do you want to...
I don't believe you can condition. You can condition that the windows should stay opaque for the duration, so they can't just put film on it and then remove the film.
For the duration of what?
Of the building. Yeah, ad infinitum.
Yes, thank you.
So we originally used to say it had to be put in there, but actually you could put the film up and then tear the film off after you know, and be out of breach, but nobody would necessarily know. You can say it should remain opaque. You can't define what the room needs to be.
That's a great shame, but thank you for clarification.
Well, that's my view and experience, because obviously the internal layout is up to the person who lives there. you can't tell me how I should internally lay out my house unless you're into listed building status, and we're not.
Forgive me, but we can do the windows, though.
Okay.
But you can say that the windows must be opaque, as is in the plans anyway.
Great.
And you can say that it should be permanently retained.
I love the word permanent retained. Many thanks.
That's my view.
Okay, so is that an amendment?
Do you want to put forward this?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't. I'm just looking through the condition. I don't think we have a condition. So you could, yeah. So if you wanted, then you need to add that as a condition.
Okay, so is the committee minded to add that as an amendment to the planning application as a condition?
Agreed.
Let have a seconder for his amendment first,
Okay.
and then vote on that.
Happy to second.
Okay,
Actually,
we have a second.
It's just worth saying that what we'd also normally do is ask for it to be fixed shut below 1.7 metres as well as being obscure glaze. So those combined together so that you can't have an obscure glaze window which you can then open and see straight out. Yes. So.
Yes, because if you open it, it's not opaque anymore.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. All these things we learn in planning. Right. Okay, are you happy to accept that as to your, yeah?
Extremely, thank you very much.
Okay, good, terrific. So that's the amendment. Are we unanimous on that? It's been seconded? Yeah, agreed. Okay, thank you very much. So please note the amendment for the conditions. Right. Are there any further comments, debate before we go to a vote on this? Okay, so I'll now move to vote on the matter. Right. The motion is to approve the application with conditions. Could I have a show of hands in favor, please? Oh, sorry.
Chair, so that's unanimous.
Yeah, that's anonymous. Right, okay. Right, so that is unanimous as approved, subject to conditions and informatives, etc. Right, so we can now move on to the final item on the agenda. I'll just note at this point that the officer who was going to present the ASB report has had to go home due to the late hour, so we will defer that report to another time. So we go to the Seething Wells updates. There's no resolution required here. We don't have an officer in attendance. We do have Councillor Roger Hayes, who I think wants to speak on this. So just refer to Appendix B of the agenda pack. So I'd like to invite Councillor Hayes to...
Yeah, and then ask if they agree to...
right, okay. I will just ask pro forma, this is under Procedure Rule 27, attendance of members at committees. Do we agree to let Councillor Hayes? Thank you. No. It's all getting rather silly now. Okay.
Chair, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, I would like to get on, but yeah. So can we? Okay. The planning application that we just finished voting on, Councillor Sharper feels that we're voting on the amendment and not the substantive at the end. But we voted on the amendment, and then we voted on the substantive. So.
It's fine. It's gone through. I just wanted to know for the record that I haven't acknowledged that the second vote had taken place.
So,
Oh, right. How do you wish to record your vote then?
Well, can I say that I would have voted for it?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Then it's, yeah, okay. So it's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Right. Right. Councillor Hayes, would you like to address the committee, please?
Yeah, right.
I thought it was them. No. Good evening, and thank you. It wasn't my intention to address the committee, but to be here to answer any questions or thoughts that you might have. But I will just add a few thoughts, which is really why I thought that the earlier decision that you took was important, because what we are looking for as a council, as well as a community, is a holistic, long-term, lasting, sustainable solution to the filter beds. Despite the behaviour of the current owners, the strong desire of the council, the strong desire of the community, and lots of groups and individuals that have taken an active interest in this site for some many years now, is that it does become a heritage-led nature reserve, and the entire site needs to be protected and considered as a whole. And that really is the item that you've got before you this evening. And I hope that you can consider that and look to work towards a community-led resolution for the site. We are likely to continue to receive ever more fanciful applications from the current owners, but we shouldn't allow that to distract us from what the real purpose and objective for the site should be. So I hope that you can hold that to be the vision that you would have, because it's certainly the vision that many of us have held true for a lot of years now. So happy to hear your thoughts and answer any particular questions that you might have.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor. We have two members of the public who wish to comment as well, who've waited very patiently. Could they're Phil Renton and Tai Lee Ling. And so I'll perhaps invite you both to come to the table at the same time. Happy to...
I suppose you don't want to give a time limit.
Yeah. I'll just say that despite the late hour, I won't impose any kind of a time, but we would, I think,
We'll keep it brief.
reasonable comments, and we will listen attentively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We'll keep it brief. Firstly, I'd like to speak on behalf of SWAG as one of the co-chairs and thank the committee for their refusal of the application of the pump house tonight. While I understand it was a difficult decision, we feel the right decision has been made in this regard. You cannot consider the pump house in isolation of the wider site. So, following on from that, we've read the updates with regards to the recent events with the meeting with the owners and the updates based on the police committee recommendations that were put through last year. And we just had a few comments. One of the two main issues that we'd like to follow up on is what is happening with the 215 notice. The last we heard that there was some action that was being pursued because this is I believe the deadline was October last year, so it is quite far behind now. On that point, the owners in the meeting that we had with them, I believe last month, actually cited council intervention. I believe they said it might have been the Highways Department that had prevented them from finishing the work on the railings. They had been notified. They didn't go into detail, but they basically had said that this had prevented them from continuing the work. And I've since heard that that's not the case, but we haven't had an official update with regards to that. And then just finally on the valuation, it is disappointing to see that evaluation hasn't been done yet, as this does seem to be a barrier on multiple occasions when it goes to looking at funding and looking at possible options to either buy the site via a third party like Historic England or someone like that. And so we'd like to see if this is going to be reconsidered. While the owners have said they wouldn't sell the site, they also have said they would. And they have also put it on leasing sites as well, despite what they may have said in person. And that's it, thank you, from me.
Okay, well, again, thank you to all the committee and members tonight for refusing the application. Great news, thank you. And I'd just like to add and repeat, as I said in my little presentation earlier, that why not put a 215 order for the pump house as a possible interim solution to, because 215 order is all about visual amenity, visual and aesthetic aspect. And as comment from the chair earlier on, that when you drive in down that road, it's a complete, it's an eyesore. And that can be relatively easily sorted out by a 215 order. Okay, maybe cost some money, but at least it achieves the aesthetic aspect of a 215. Irrespective of the fact that they're not performing on the 215 on the railings and the rubbish is accumulating and it's a boatyard, that needs to be further emphasised to implement the existing 215 plus an additional. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your comments. The committee is not required to pass a resolution for this agenda item, but are there any members who wish to speak?
I just want to double check if there are no other members.
Okay, I've been advised by the Democratic Services Officer to ask if anybody else in the audience wishes to make a comment.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Green.
Thank you, and thank you for being brief on your comments. I know you could say an awful lot more. I was just going to suggest to the committee that I think they raised two really interesting points about the Section 215s. And I think I could just take it away and ask the questions, but I think it has more weight and power if this committee says we would like the officers to look into, to provide an update two interested parties, let's just say, on the railings 215. And I noticed we did have a piece of information from Friends of Seething Wells, I think, on the desk from John Allen about asking about the railings as well. So, interested parties, please provide an update, officers, on where we are, and please investigate the potential for a 215 on the pump house. And if this committee says we want to do that, it's got a bit more teeth than me or Roger just saying it.
Good.
And there's lots more I could say on this, but I won't.
Okay.
We'll talk later.
Is that a motion or just a request to the committee?
Whatever gets it done quicker.
I would be...
It's a motion. Jackie, sorry, Councillor Davis is seconding it.
Okay.
Let the vote now be put.
Right. Fantastic. Excuse me, who's chairing this? Right.
That's a procedural motion, that let the vote now be put.
Oh, I see.
It's an actual procedural motion in the Constitution
right.
that can be raised by any member.
Oh, right. Ooh, okay. Okay, fantastic. Anybody object to this? Is it unanimous? Yes, we're agreed. Okay, can I take it that? Okay, fantastic. Anybody else want to make any final comments? No, thank you very much. That brings that to a close. ASB report is postponed to the next meeting. And I'll just ask everybody to note the work program, and there's no urgent items. So thank you, good night, and goodbye.